animation.
Oh, is that one that you did a while ago?
No, someone wants a 30-second one, so I'm like, thank
Uh,
God I could get that done in an hour and get paid.
yeah, I mean it is only 30 seconds. So you got that.
Yeah.
And maybe also, you could just do this thing. You could announce to people you're just gonna have these times where you just dedicate some days just to like personal work, probably.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of, but it just can be hard sometimes, you know?
No, I understand, but you want to be able to try and like get into a good groove, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, on a lighter note, Hasbro announced some new Studio Series figures at Comic Con.
Are they any good?
They announced a new Ultra Magnus, which can turn to like a full car carrier and looks a lot like it was pulled right out of the '86 movie. And they're also finally doing an animation accurate Studio Series G1 Ratchet.
Hmm. That does sound pretty good.
They also showed off the new Deathsaurus, and I think they even revealed two new original characters who are both Autobot and Decepticon, but they're both snipers.
So do they have spotlights on their head like a sniper usually does?
Yeah, they do. They have that. I'm blanking the names. One of them's called like, I think one of them's called like Deadeye or something like that, though.
Oh. So. Okay.
They also announced they're doing a figure of Nova Prime.
I forget who the hell that is.
Think of the name, but he was that Prime that was shown off at the end of Devastation.
Oh, yeah.
Because originally he was from the IDW comics. They've recently started doing these packs of figures based off IDW style. Like they did IDW style Orion packs, IDW style Minor Megatron, and also pre Decepticon Senator Shockwave, and also Rat Bat before he got turned into a cassette.
Alright. Oh, hey, Spider.
Hey.
I don't know, I saw my aunt today, right? And I got, like, I don't know. It's just the thing is, I got all of the freaking not safe for work shit that I needed to get done, so I was like, you know what, should I really be freaking stressing about it right now? I got Zap shit done, and now it's rendering, so I can't even use SFM, so I'll just play Monster Hunter for now.
We're only playing
I think
Payday
that-
2 right now.
I think that stress probably might just comes from you kind of back. I think it just kind of came on like you getting used to always having a big workload, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing Payday 2 right now.
Oh, nice. I want to farm Legiathus, but it's a fucking pain in the ass.
Well, I'm here if you need me. I do need to go and make a shopping, or go need to run an errand to get some food stuff. But I'm always here if you need me. And I think I do have an idea, kind of a future kind of straight com I want to get from you involving Rouge and Knuckles.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might have to tell me it later, because I am on YouTube right now, so...
Oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just an idea. It's not like I'm gonna go into a whole detail though. It's just an idea I have.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people who's prone to thinking out loud. It just kind of helps me kind of visualize stuff better, I guess.
No, I get it.
Hey, what did you think of? I showed you that really early trailer of the '86 movie that was like made to show like investors, and it had like Diaclone style Ultra Magnus, and like Autobot City looked different.
I thought it looks pretty cool.
I kind of like. I don't get me wrong. I love Vince DiCola's music, but I like how they used like orchestral music as the temporary tracks. Though it kind of made it feel a little more epic.
Yeah, I can see why people would have a soft
Yeah.
spot for that, for sure.
I feel like they changed Ultra Magnus's colors to so that way it didn't look way too much like Optimus Prime.
Yeah, 'cause I guess-
Although I do know that that original version of him later got retconned into a character called Delta Magnus.
Oh,
Yeah. Although I like Ultra Magnus, I think it's mainly kind of because I like him because sometimes he kind of like Rodimus. Sometimes he kind of doubts himself, but he pushes on.
yeah. Of course,
Plus his original voice actor Robert Stack is like fucking legendary.
what does he do?
He was in a lot of like mystery and crime movies in the 50s and 60s, and then later in the 90s he was the host of Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh,
And so some people would often do jokes of Ultra Magnus dressed up as the host of Unsolved Mysteries.
ah,
I also know that Cup's original voice actor used to be a Broadway. He used to be a guy who performed in musicals on Broadway.
they had a lot of celebrity voice actors on the movie.
Yeah, I also know that Cup's voice actor Lionel Strander was in the 50s. He got blacklisted for supposedly being like a socialist sympathizer.
Pretty sure you'd be rewarded for that nowadays.
No, there was back in the 50s. There was this paranoia. There was this like extreme paranoia about like communist spies like trying to infiltrate like high regions of the government, and the U.S. government kind of completely panicked over that. And it basically was that if you were somebody who considered like at one point you had like known somebody who had like socialist or communist views or something like that, or it was like you had those views yourself, you'd essentially be blacklisted you'd essentially be canceled basically, except you basically wouldn't, you couldn't perform like standard work and stuff, and it wasn't until like 20 years later that a lot of those actors started, like especially in the 70s when a lot of those actors were still on their age, like were able to like kind of get back into work basically though. But yeah, I'll just say this about the Cold War, especially for the USA in the 50s. They were like incredibly paranoid of the Soviet Union.
You know, it's kind of funny considering how Russia's doing right now.
Yeah.
They aren't really
the
putting
thing
up
is-
much of a fight.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Russia is a country that's always been in turmoil. If you look at it, it's like they always go from like being a shithole, and then some leader comes into power, things kind of improve, but then things get worse, and then that just kind of repeats over and over again, kind of though.
This is easy for a heist right now.
Oh,
Well, I'll be in touch. If you need me, my text DMs are always open. Okay.
alright. See ya.
Oh, and I posted a new meme on my Twitter, but I'll send you a cropped safe for work version of it later on DMs.
Alright.
Yeah.
See ya. Oh god, I have to piss, but I also need to figure out where to fucking how. Oh, I'm gonna pause this. There we go. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back.
It didn't take long.
It didn't?
No, not
Glad
really.
I pissed quick.
I'm getting a lot of money right now, just finding a lot of coke right now. For 50,000. That's all of it. That means time to take care of the panic room.
Okay.
Back open cash. This is gonna be a great heist.
Good.
I want to make sure none of the four saws jam at all. And also SWAT on my ass. Called it. Ah, this drill's a piece. This saw's a piece of joke. This is joke. I'm guessing the Mango video is all ready to go, but how long does it take to render that thing?
2 hours.
Jeez.
This thing's burning me.
All four saws are still running, Bane. Welcome.
Oh, you can't even jump off the cliff with. Oh, this is bullshit. Oh, he's freaking.
You know, to come down. I was ready to come down here. Well, let's slosh down. Oh God. Shield. Two shields. Here. Have a nice grenade. This was the best money purchase I've ever made for this game. I love it.
Was the best purchase.
I'll be excited when I see Payday 3. Damn it. Should have stayed down there. Working. There we go. That's all's done. 30 seconds. I gotta hit one guy that's right in front of. There we go. Hate sniper so much. This is gonna be fun. Yeah. You're chasing a guy wearing a chicken mask that only speaks via tape recorder.
your teammate what to do.
Okay, Killer Beetle. What the fuck? Okay. Killer Beetle, Monster Hunter, Free. Okay, so we need that. We're just gonna farm Lagiacrus tonight. Until we get that goddamn plate. Go to the flooded forest, guys. Let's go. Sexy girl, give me the quest. Wow. Two, 4, 7. There we go. Give us the Killer Beetle, please. Oh, I'm poisoned. Just give me the goddamn killer beetle, for fuck's sakes, man. Hold on, how much do I need? So, I need two of them. Two of them? I need two of them, and this is what's happening? Shit, man. What a bunch of bullshit. Oh. 15% drop rate. No, man. Why does everything in these old games have like this freaking dumbass drop rate? 15%, man. Who thought that was a good idea?
Let's see. Which ooh. Special. Pistol crossbow. Interesting. Open 1000. Oh, I'm definitely really making sure to get that.
I got one!
What'd you get?
The killer beetle. Now I need one more and I can make the bear off chest so I can try and attempt to fight Lagiacrus again because I need its armor set. But that's gonna
Seeing
be a
if I can-
pain too, because its drop rate for the plates are so low. And
That makes sense. I'm seeing what I can get, because I'm making sure to get new guns and everything.
Try and
I
do
can't
it
get shocked.
stealthily.
Can't even get... Funny thing is, I can't get the Kimbo Brother Grimm shotguns yet, which is something I want to get.
Why is it hard to
Well, I can get some other... I can get some machine gun Kimbo'd. Which one do I want? Which one I'll put the most damage? Let's see. Well, either Mark 10s or the CR 8050s. Oh, you know what? Screw it. These bad boys will do. I got a pistol crossbow and a nice submachine gun. This is gonna be great. Alright. Let me upgrade. Doc and all. What do I want? I mean, I know. I need to get... Where's the... Spire? Uppers? No. Where's the one I'm looking for? Ugh, I need the stupid one where I can... Breacher. That's what I was looking for. Oh shit. I mean, I was gonna have to buy it. I need to make sure to get more for Kickstarter. I got a detection risk of 52.
damn it.
Yeah, I got two Akimbo CR 805B submachine guns, and I got a pistol crossbow as well.
Pistol
Let's see.
crossbow? What the hell is a pistol crossbow?
It is a Gauge Ninja item.
Oh.
I'm able to. It's one of the special ones I'm able to get. Seeing what I'm gonna see if I can modify the weapons I have. Well, question? There's this place, of course. Yeah. Back laser. Yep, laser. Gotta have laser. Magazine. Can I make it bigger? Yes, I can. Just do with continent points. Nah, that happened. Oh no. My detection risk just went up by a bit. I went from 52 to 58. It went up by 6.
That is not great.
Oh, I can do one more. Really, piece of shit. There we go. Presser. That's all I'm gonna do for tonight. It is the first time I play that game, and I gotta say, I'm impressed by it. I've seen Smitty play it, I've seen Russian Badger play it, and because of them, I'm starting to get into it. And be upgrading both sociopath and stoic. See how fucking jacked I can be with having a nice good old swig of Jack Daniels and being fucking hating people like a fucking gorilla.
I heard that game is crazy. There are clone cops.
Hmm?
I heard
What?
there were clones in Payday 2.
I mean, I'm making a third one. And people can still play Payday 2 for as long as they want. And I'm already at level 17 within a day. Ugh. I've never had so much fun in one game until now.
Really?
Sure, it's difficult, but I can push through it. I've seen Russian. I know how to go through it pretty easily thanks to the Russian Badger. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes. I've watched his videos.
His Payday 2 video is why I'm able to play the game a little bit better as a beginner.
Well, it's great that his videos are informative at that.
I need to make sure to get the freaking comically large spoon. And within that game, I need to get that. Funny enough, the Russian Badger is the reason I comically large spoons in the game.
Really?
Yeah. He was going over the sociopath perk deck, and he made little remarks of saying, "Comically large spoon when," and he said, "I swear to God, Alamir Listo will definitely add that if we bully him enough." And they did. Within April 1st, April Fool's Day, he added it, showing that bullying gets results. I don't care if it gets him demonetized. I find it funny. The bullying can be a very useful tool, but it hurts a lot of people. And I will use it when necessary.
Yeah. That is true. Please tell me I have one already. Please. I don't want to do that again. Yes! Thank God.
Got them?
I already had one, so...
Yeah, you finally got the other one?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's mismatched armor, but it'll be fine. Okay. I have 51 of those. Well, I upgraded the set. The only thing I need now is the frickin' to upgrade the longsword. Now, I need a paralysis sack. Problem is, there is no things.
Yikes.
Oh yeah, I need the frickin'... I need it from the gobble, and the problem is, let me check the drop rate. It's like... It's like a 20% drop for capture or body cards. walk and roll. What is this one? Oh, okay. So. So it's at 396, and then if I need that to go up by.
Oh, great. I'm not gonna. I'm scared for the next Spider-Man game already.
Why?
Mr. Negative's back.
Stat.
Martin Lee, owner of Feast. He's one of Spider-Man's more dangerous enemies.
I did not know that.
How you do?
Familiar with the Spider-Man lore.
Well, he's an occasional villain, but he played a big role in the first Spider-Man game.
Oh,
There was a recent trailer drop for the game with the second game coming out. And I like Venom's new design.
what's so good about it?
It has a new spider symbol. It really fits the new aesthetic to him. Because Peter, when he has the symbiote in the earlier in the game, he has the original design to it in a way, with the white spider symbol being all the way around, like the comic did it. But Venom got getting a new symbol on him.
Yeah.
Then some of the characters got updates. Harry's now a character in the game finally. Norman's kid is finally shown after so long.
Isn't he infected with the stuff?
The Venom?
Yeah.
Symbiote? No. Harry. Everyone's thinking either Harry's gonna be Venom. Is what they're thinking it's pointing to. But I think it's gonna be Norman being Venom. As I remember playing the original game, at the end of it, the symbiote was trying to cling to Norman. So there's not gonna be a Goblin. There's gonna be a Venom instead.
Or a Venom Goblin.
Hmm?
Or a Venom Goblin.
Norman was able to capture him, and he tried to use Venom to heal Harry. It looks like it's working a little bit. I don't know if it's going to work entirely. So far, villain confirmations are for Wraith, the Lizard, Kraven, Venom, and it looks like Mr. Negative's going to come back for a side mission.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot of new features to the game, one of them being web gliding, which is the first time they've ever done it properly.
Is that just like a wingsuit?
In a way, yeah. But they've never done it in any original Spider-Man games until now. What else? Oh, I now know who's playing Venom.
Who?
The original Candyman actor, Tony Todd.
Is that a good thing?
Huh?
Is that a
What?
good thing?
No, it's an interesting choice for a video game actor. You're bringing out an old horror person that's acted as an old horror character.
Yeah.
Tony Todd has played Candyman since the very first one. So Insomniac's thinking who they can pick for Venom. So why not go for Candyman? Because they want to go for the symbiote having a deeper voice. And Tony can pull it off because he's done a lot of stuff similar to it as the Candyman. So I'm excited to see what they have planned for the game now. Because I'm hoping Venom's going to be playable. They haven't done that since the Ultimate Spider-Man game.
They might. They could, but I don't know.
I mean, if they don't, they're going to upset a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I learned that Spider-Man is going to be going in and out of symbiote suit throughout the game. You can swap back and forth.
Maybe.
I'm excited
Is
about
the
that.
game out?
No, it's going to be pre-orders are already in, but the game comes out in October.
Oh.
They've been Insomniac's just been revealing a lot of stuff on trailers. They did a whole gameplay for a little bit of the game. They did more trailers recently. There's Comic-Con coming out. So I'm betting there's going to be more gameplay with that as well.
Yeah. This is the most dangerous fetch quest of all time. Nutrients, we should have one way here. Oh, come on, how did you guys get revived? I killed you. You ain't getting me, you ain't getting me, you ain't getting me. Oh shit. No.
bad.
Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Well, okay, now you decide to go in here? Is this bullshit? Sakes, man. This is such bullshit. This is bullshit. I should have just done that. I should have just done that. But I didn't. Get all this shit instead.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes, go away, please. Just stay there. I swear to God, if he comes back, I'll be really fucking pissed off. God, these goddamn rodents. Away. Go away. There we go. You should be gone now.
Ah, crap. Give
No.
me a second, I'll be right back.
Ah! I hate this quest. I'm really starting to hate this game. All my freaking Mega Potions wasted on this garbage. I don't care. Just spin this up. There's no point. Why? Just please go away. I don't. Oh my God. Please. Yes. What the fuck? I hate this so much. I am so fucking upset. I've been on this for the past 30 minutes. I am really hating the bullshit of this game. Goes the rest of those. So I just pressed one wrong button, look what happened. Now I gotta do this again. Put it on 4x speed, I don't care. Care what anyone said, just doing this because I feel like it. I'm pissed off. Oh my fucking god, go away! Oh great. No, that was for nothing. That was absolutely for nothing. This fucking problem. Let's do it. Just do it, please.
There we go.
Hi.
Yeah, it took a second. I keep forgetting that this isn't as easy as logging in and back out.
Yeah.
So how are things?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know how to feel about things right now.
Really?
Well, you see, I've gotten a lot of money as of late, but, you know, I don't know.
hmm
This asshole's back again, okay. You know, it just kind of,
but
I'm so mad. I spent the last 30 minutes on this garbage. Oh my god. Like,
Okay.
there's such a bullshit, there's so much bullshit in these games. In the old ones, at
Mhm.
least.
I hear you, I hear you. Again, games designed specifically to frustrate were not exactly uncommon during this time period.
Yeah, true. As I was saying, I I visited my aunt today, and I got $100, and I talked to her about some things. I don't know.
So a day of reflection.
Yeah, but I woke up at like 4 p.m., so I haven't. Like, all I have been doing is rendering Zap's self-insert fantasy. That's what I'm calling it now, because that's what it fucking is. Oh, I didn't lose anything, thank God. As I was saying, I don't know. I just haven't gotten a lot of. Well, it feels like I haven't gotten a lot of stuff done this week. I have, But the problem is, it's
Mhm.
just not the stuff I want to be working on, you know?
I hear you. It's a lot of shit for other people, and you're just kind of like, and where's the things I want? And by the time you finally get around to something you want to do, you're kind of like, is this really what I want to do?
Are you
Yeah.
playing Sea of Thieves without my permission?
What?
No.
This is Monster Hunter.
Oh shit. I thought I was Sea of Thieves, dude. My bad.
Hashtag blind.
You know what? I'm just gonna frickin' farm Lagiacrus, because I just feel like that's the best option for me right now, because I need better... Oh, I just didn't read that. And the problem is, because this is an old game, the bullshit is that the drop rates for the Lagiacrus plate are like 5%. Or something like that.
Don't play the forest, right?
Yes.
No.
No, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know why I said yes.
No, one of the old
Yeah.
games of the forest has made a return in the new game today.
Oh, nice.
That's the one with all the arms on him.
Oh.
I hated him so much.
But as I was saying, like I said, there's just like, you're right, I just, you know, I don't even know what I want to do, because, like, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about Sonic Multiverse, because, I don't know, I have felt weird about it ever since I put Star in it. I don't know why, because I don't want to devalue Rouge's character, but honestly, I haven't even started it yet, so I can't even say, you know?
It sounds like it's one of those situations where it's like you put like at first you think, oh, this is going to be good. I'll put in these characters, and then everything will kind of work out. But then when you start thinking about it more logistically, you start realizing just how much more work in terms of like story and world building you got to put in.
Well, yeah, because I have to actually make people like these characters. I don't want to make it feel like Rouge is getting cucked by getting herself sacrificed to save the multiverse.
Oh, fuck off.
What?
The winner of a $1.28 billion lottery ticket gets only $433 million after tax.
What does this have to do with Star's big butt?
Oh, wait. Fuck, forgot my mic was on.
Oh, well, sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your favoritism. But point is... The point is... I forget. Oh. Yeah, so like yeah, like I said, I was just like feeling... Like, I just don't want people to feel like... I just want people to like the characters, you know? I don't want there to be an actual relationship, but so far it just doesn't feel connected enough, so I'm just trying to work on that.
There's not enough groundwork for the characters to feel warranted that you want them to be like likable. You haven't given them enough, like, what's the word? Groundwork to be likable.
Yeah, because like it's not like with the stuff I do on my YouTube channel where I can make them be funny and stuff, because like they're going to first appear in one episode and I don't know what else I'm going to do with them, and I think I just got to make more stories with them as I go along.
I hear that. Oh, there was something else I want to mention. Sorry to derail for like a second.
Yeah.
I recently spoke to the guy who does the Sonic models in Generation style, and I recently was able to negotiate to pay off 2 models to be released. One of them is for Leonda, the other one is for Len, the sheep. Both are safe for work and, you know, small. So if you want to mess around with those models, by all means, go nuts.
I might.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're fucking expensive as shit. I wanted to like strangle this guy.
I'm going to be honest, they overpriced their shit. Like, I'm starting to learn how to port, and it's actually pretty fucking easy.
Oh, absolutely. It's just that what it is that they put their, it's value of time, hours put in, and, you know, like, they calculate based on, like, how many hours you're using, how long it takes, you know, shit like that, and then you sit there like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Plus, it doesn't help that I paid for this, but my content is simply I pay for it so that way people can have access to it. I have no idea how to port to Gary's mod, and it's likely it's never going to happen. But I said to myself, you know what? I want to give back to the people. So here you go.
Yeah.
Just pulling a Bane at that point. We take the power and give it to you, the people.
True. It's respectful. I'm glad you're taking the hit for us.
I've always been like that, you know me.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot.
GG.
See this
Sorry, and I'm also thinking of something because I brought up Bane. It's now thinking of that stupid. I don't know what the what's it called? The video's called. I just know that some people dubbed over like a lot of the Dark Knight movies, and then they make Bane this like health nut, and then you know he just go like.
Yeah.
Don't go.
Yeah.
No, one of them is more like he asks like what did his henchmen have for breakfast, and he's like that's exactly what I say from you.
What Bane is it we're talking
Bagel
about?
bagel with cheese, and just kills the guy,
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
and then just
From
kills him.
Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gordon, I found this on Twitter.
What?
Model.
You know what I'm gonna need it.
This is so stressful.
He's made a Whisper. He's made something else I forgot. Yeah. He's made Whisper. He made Sally. Did a Toriel.
What are you talking about?
Bowser. Oh yeah, he actually already released a Nolan for like $40.
What is he talking about?
I think SFM models that were released.
The Nolan model for Blender and VRC.
Well, thanks for telling me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know that. I think I know the one you're talking about. It's the one I fucking paid for that I said like 5 minutes ago.
Chunker Buns?
Hmm?
That's the user that made the model.
Repeat it one more time.
Chunker Buns.
No, I think that's the other. Okay, no, then it's a different one. Then I take it back.
I'll link y'all there. Yeah.
Okay, this is already bad. I only have 9 mega potions.
To be honest, that looks a bit too big.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the good thing is a lot more people actually got more, like, easier commissions to do. Like, it's not, like, all 3-minute stuff. Someone wanted a 30-second search animation, which I'm happy about, because I'm, like, you know, it's something easy I can do, like, in a day. You know?
Here. I didn't hear that. Let's see here. Let me see. Yeah.
Why is my SFM exporting a lot faster than usual today?
Is your settings lower?
I'm exporting like a 2-minute animation and it's taking me like 10 minutes to export. 1080p.
Oh, okay.
I edited textures in a DMX file that isn't mine.
You know, the only annoying thing about commissions is people that just can't frickin' fuck off. You know, and they just keep pushing on you and telling you what to fucking do. Like I was literally talking to like Megatank and Zap, and they keep trying to push me to do femboy shit, and I tell them fuck off, I'm not doing it. It's so annoying, man.
No, I got it.
And I'm thankfully at the point where I don't need to rely on them for money anymore, because I have other people to commission for me now. You know, because I actually got a lot more stuff on Twitter now.
Mm-hmm. Which is incredibly, like, it's very liberating when you actually get an opportunity to, what's it called? When you just get to, like, what's the word? Step away from it all, you know?
Yeah.
Call that I want to break free. Yeah, but that's always, you know, one of the good things about all this.
Sure.
I'm actually also thinking about doing a video as well, Sonic based as well.
What video?
Specific. Well, it's a comparison between Sonic, what's it called? The not Chaos Emeralds in Sonic Boom versus the regular Chaos Emeralds versus like the Paradox Prism. And I kind of want to like compare their energy outputs and kind of like mention how, you know, why is it that we're fine with the Chaos Emeralds being kind of like mystical MacGuffins, whereas like with the Crystal and with the Prism, we're all just kind of like, what the fuck is even the point? You know?
Yeah.
Like, for example, the Prism doesn't really make sense. It's powerful and it infuses beings with power, okay? But then you get the Sonic Boom stuff and it's like, what the fuck do the Chaos Crystals even do?
I
You
don't
know?
think they ever explained that, did they?
Yeah, they're just called the Chaos Crystals, and all we know about them is that Oh, by the way, I want to also mention this before I continue. You're never gonna believe this.
What?
At my job today, I had a client call me, and guess what her first name was?
Jordan?
No,
Oh.
Lyric. I'm not joking. Lyric. Lyric.
Oh.
And I was mentally cracking up like, shut up, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. Oh god, I just thought it was like, I had to look it up. It's like, is Lyric actually like a acceptable name in the Western society? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. You can legally call someone Lyric.
Yeah, I forgot. I didn't know that was a thing, honestly.
It's like calling someone like Melody or like, you know, something like that, because Lyric is, you know, it's music related.
Oh. Yeah, I get it.
But yeah. Other than that, let me see. Anyway, but yeah, the crystals are kind of just brought up in the game, and in the game. Fuck. Sorry about that, but I am exhausted, and my voice is just, it is going by the wayside.
Yeah.
Let me try to do this. Third puberty coming through. No. They're just kind of mentioned, they're brought up as like, oh, we gotta collect them because they're powerful, but they don't even, like, aside from like not doing anything, there's nothing about the Chaos Crystals that actually kind of like stand out. Like if you what's it called? If you take like a good look at them, like each of the crystals are differently shaped, and you think, okay, so maybe they kind of like fuse together, and then that's how like a mega crystal forms. It's like no, they can't. Like there's no, the pieces can't connect to each other. They just kind of like are these odd geometrical shapes, and you're just sitting there like, okay, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, like I said, I think that the main problem is just that, oh, Jesus Christ, what's it called? I just think it's more of a case of, if I can think of the right word here, it's just basically that, they kind of needed a MacGuffin, and I think that's why, like, people aren't so, like, crazy about the Chaos Crystal concept, because it isn't it's not really set up in like a satisfying way. They just exist. They're just kind of there to be used as like generic power sources, and then as soon as the story is done with them, they just kind of cease to be a thing. It doesn't help that, for example, you know, there's no supersonic, there's no nothing to the crystals. It's just kind of like, you know, it's there, you know.
Yeah, honestly, everything in Boom just gets brought up once and just never is expanded upon. That's the main problem with it.
Oh, absolutely. It's a case of like, here is the MacGuffin that we're going to introduce for this game or this series or whatever else you want to say, and then that's it. It's kind of like it's glossed over. It's not really like brought up again. It's just kind of like, you know, and like you said, it's put to the way it's brought up once, never addressed again, and then people are just kind of like, okay. Which is the complete opposite with like the Chaos Emeralds, because these fucking things have been so goddamn important since, you know, the word jump. And I think the reason why we accept their bullshit so easily is because they've been around for so long and we've seen them like actually doing things, you know, like what's the word, you know, being important, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Because, you know, they can turn people into supersonic. Oh, he's going to the land.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah, because, like, you know, it doesn't, the other stuff doesn't really do anything important. Like, you know, well, the Paradox Prism turns Sonic into the trans Sonic, because apparently if anything's that color, it's trans. But anyways. Up goes the 45% rate.
Yeah, for me, what it is about, like, what bugs me the most about, like, the Chaos, like, the you know, like I said, we accept it because not only do we see the fucking, like, the, oh Jesus Christ, what's it called? The Chaos Emeralds doing shit, but we also kind of get an explanation. Like in Sonic Adventure, we find out that they have positive energy. Then in, you know, Sonic Adventure 2, we learned that you can create an artificial one, but if you use it, the power just kind of gets destroyed. And they've always been kind of like, it's been explained, but like in the most vague terms, to the point where we can kind of fill in the blanks and go, okay, yeah, that's what these crystals do. They just basically allow Sonic and Co to like become stronger / powerful / well, you know, whatever the hell you want to use it, call it. But in terms of like the Chaos Crystals, there's none of that. There's no like cutscene dedicated to explaining that the crystals have an immense power. There's no like what's the word? There's no like cutscene that shows that when the crystals are like put in the ground or something, it causes like something to appear. They're not even like kind of brought up as a power source. They're just kind of like, here it is. It's part of this mystical quest machine. We need to go get it, you know? And that's it. That's where it ends. There's no further elaboration. There's no, this is why it's so dangerous. Like it, like an obvious way to kind of like make us care, especially in Boom, would have been have Metal Sonic take one of the crystals and then suddenly the fucker not only becomes like so much more like speedy and powerful, but maybe you can like play into a bit of like a transformation or something. There you go. Like that gives you the idea that, oh shit, these things really aren't that powerful. They can like supercharge this little bastard into something far stronger.
Yeah, but then they have like bullshit rules half the time. They're like, oh, you can't have anyone have a super transformation. And honestly, they'd probably do some cucked version of it. In my opinion, they'd be like, you know, because every time they do a super transformation nowadays, they kind of like, they often just make it so it's like, oh, it's just a guy flashing yellow instead of being a full color, and it's just, you know, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's they, and I think that's what, like, I'll bring, you know, Archie up again here. Archie used to do something interesting where the transformation wasn't just character becomes yellow. There was like some minor transformation or minor like energy spike to them. Like there was something actually going on. Same with like, anytime, even in the Fleetway comics, they went to show that like characters like Fleetway, Supersonic, they were like extremely powerful and dangerous and like retroactively changed. And you had all these things, but the problem is that nowadays it's a problem with like Sonic himself, where it's like, what can you do with the little yellow bastard? Okay, I guess you can like make him like this or make him like that. Like there is no real attempt to make him really stand out outside of just, here I am in my golden form.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that is I think that's the main problem, is that it was always supposed to be just a reference to like Dragon Ball and shit like that, and now it's kind of become so much of a staple of the character that it's kind of stuck in the state of, they can't really like improve on the design or make it any like more interesting or creative or anything like that. It's just kind of like, okay, here it is, like a very a very hand wavy kind of explanation, and it's like, if you try to figure it out too much, your brain will hurt. If that makes any sense.
And I remember back in the Meta era, they kept trying to like rewrite it out of the plot. Like they never really had
because
Supersonic because
it was too easy to have Supersonic win the day, basically. Like if every conflict could be ended with Supersonic just going in, grabbing the Chaos Emeralds, and then flying out and destroying like the super machine or whatever you want to call it, the big bad Eggman weapon of the day, then the plot has no stakes. It has nothing like really going on for it. It's just kind of like, the challenge of the week, per se.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's just more of a case of like, at least in my opinion, I think it's just, that's why it's been kind of phased out or gradually been like pushed to the side. It's because they want to have the character have an actual amount of challenge, or if they do want to bring in the Super Emerald, or sorry, not Super Emeralds, the Chaos Emeralds as an actual plot point, then they'll like they want to make it like a reason to get it, like with Sonic Frontiers. We learned that, oh my god, the Chaos Emeralds are so incredibly powerful. If they can be used to power this whole civilization, things like that, like Jesus Christ, imagine what else they could do. And naturally that's where, that's kind of where I think the plot was and then died, Well, no, I should say that's what the plot really did well. It gave us a reason to actually give a shit about the emeralds and go after them. Not just, here's the collectible that I can use to become Supersonic and then beat the fuck out of my enemies, There was a reason. But in other things like in other properties of media, it's always just been treated as, here it is. And whatever the fuck else is going on. Ironically enough, I don't hear a lot of people clamoring for the return of Boom either, despite what people really enjoyed.
Yeah, it's because I think Boom was like a dark time for everyone,
I wouldn't say dark time, I just think it was there to be a joke. It told its joke, it fired its shot, it made its point. And then after everything was said and done, it all just kind of like got, what's the word, pushed to the side. Like there's like nothing about Boom stands out or is even like worth what's the word, worth following. It's just kind of a I don't even want to say like blink and you'll miss it. It's more like what's it called, I don't even want to say it's like a blink and you'll miss it sort of thing. I think it's more of a case of it's there, it's like it's there in the setting. You can like go in and go like, oh, this is going to be so incredibly interesting, yada yada yada, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but there's nothing about Boom that really stood out. Like there was never any plot, there was never any like legitimate or serious reason to like be concerned. Like every single episode was so detached from the other that you could kind of go from one to the other without any real problems. And even then, the bad guys introduced are some of the most like cornball villains that you can like yeet out the window and nobody would really care. I mean, does anybody want the fucking fast food guy to return?
No, I don't care that he exists.
Exactly. He's there for a joke. And that's it. He's not really what's the word? He's just there for like a few moments. He does his typical "you want fries with that" sort of shit, and then that's it. There's no like what's it called? There's nothing else, you know?
Yeah, there's no
Like he
nuance to it, if that's the right word. I don't know if that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
He is essentially, like I said, he just exists to what's the word I'm looking for here? He just exists to be the butt of the joke to the series, and then nothing else. Once he what's the word? Once he is introduced, once he comes into the setting, or once he does his like one-liner, he's just kind of very casually pushed to the side, and there's no reason to keep him around. Same with like what's the word? The same with like I'm trying to think of the right word here. The same with like I'm struggling to think about like anybody else in Sonic Boom, like the villains. Like I know that one of them was a ringleader for like the circus, and he had like bears that accompanied him, and I think like there was someone else. But that's it. Like the characters were not, the villains were not like something we need more of. They just kind of like disappear, you know. You know, and it's just one of those situations where, I'm trying to think of the right word here. One of those situations where you can kind of like push it to the side, you know? Like, let me think of another one. You know, that's it. There was never any like major thing going on. There was never any kind of plot relevance. Even when they tried to introduce a plot or an overarching narrative, it was always just kind of like, here it is, here's our story, and it's like, okay, there's nothing at stake here. There's no like danger, there's no nothing. You're just gonna be, you know, by the end of it, we're gonna be successful, you know? That's it.
Yeah, they tried that frickin' generation, that multiverse thing, didn't they?
At one point, yeah, so there was one point, I remember, like, it's been a while since I've watched the Sonic Boom series, and by watched I mean like seen clips, and that is, it was like one moment where Sonic winds up entering an alternate reality and then discovers a Dr. Eggman who isn't a joke and is a complete tyrant. I know that there's robotic counterparts for like the characters themselves, so there's that too.
Yeah, so they did Chaos Sonic before it was cool. But still made it.
I don't want to even say Chaos Sonic. It's more of like what's the word?
The Heroes Sonic?
Yeah, like Sonic and his friends were turned into like, there is in this world, they revealed that there's an entire floating robotic city, like far from their island, and they have robotic counterparts who are kind of assholes, but they're not evil, they're just jerks basically, and it's this whole like situation. It's kind of like, it's world building that comes out of so much what's it called, so far out of left field that you just kind of sit there and go like, okay, that was a thing, you know. It was, like I said, it's just one of those kind of like, oh god, what's it called? It's just one of those situations where you just kind of sit there and go like, okay, like this is a thing. I guess like in terms of like the Sonic continuities and things like that, Sonic Boom is like one of the few that's like, we don't need a continuation, like the whole thing just kind of ran its course. no closure needed kind of sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, there was never any overarching narrative, despite what Ian Flynn wanted to do or say with the fucking thing.
All I know is he wrote one of the frickin' worst Sonic Boom episodes.
Yeah, because he wanted to reinforce the whole Son Amy thing, and the episode didn't actually go the what's it called? And it didn't really go anywhere because, again, due to the whole thing that Sonic Boom is not an interconnected plot line. It's basically like SpongeBob.
Yeah. Yeah, I did hear he was a big Son Amy simp. Personally, I think the debate is bullshit and that Sonic should be fucking both Sally and Amy. And cheating on them at the same time with other girls.
He's fast enough to create speed clones.
Yeah.
I've never been one to like buy into the whole Sonic shipping thing. I just never particularly cared. Like it's important for whatever plot line you have, but it's not something I'm going to be harping on to the day I'm blue in the face. You know.
Yeah.
It's there. It happens. I don't care. You know. I'm more interested in the story they want to tell versus the plot versus the potential ships they want to do.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's just my take on the whole thing. I've never been a huge fan of the whole shippings or anything like that. I've just been like I said, just sit there. If there is something, then I'm like, okay, whatever. But if there isn't, I'm not gonna be like, oh, this needs to happen because blah 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 blah. Like I don't like it when like people force their ships on things. Like I've never been a fan of that. I've been more of like let it naturally occur. You know.
Yeah.
Don't just shoehorn in the plot because your raging fan boner demands it.
Yeah, some of the Archie Comics guys did that, and they did it by making Sally Acorn into like an unlikable bitch in some of the comics, and then
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, and then they bred this whole entire like generation of people that just hate Sally because for his,
Yeah, that was the.
you know
Mm-hmm.
like for
Yeah, that was the intent.
yeah. And it's sad that it's worked, you know. I go on Twitter and I see so many people like shit on Sally. And most of them are like Son Amy people. It's like, you know, the dark side has won. You know, you can't accept other people's beliefs. And now we just gotta do Son Shadow. That's the only respectable way to end the debate.
Just make Sonic a raging homosexual.
Exactly.
But no, for like I said, my take, it's just, and that's exactly the point. They did that because they wanted Sally to be irredeemable and then make Amy likable by comparison. It's a common tactic a lot of people use. And it's one of those situations where it's like when you see it and you can tell what's happening, it's really irritating because you kind of sit there and you feel like you're being treated like a dummy. It's like, you know, I have the ability to like people I choose to like. I'm not going to be bullied into liking it just because, you know, fuck you.
Yeah, it's like how modern writers often treat the audience like idiots. They're like, oh, you need to go, you can't pick a side, you gotta do what we tell you to think. You know, they think that the viewers are dumb, so they just like hold their hands.
They condescend to the audience. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They frequently try to make the audience either sympathize with the points they want to do, so they introduce a straw man of like the opposition they make, which is typically like a very shallow, what's it called? A very shallow version of like the arguments they have, versus what's it called? Versus what it actually represents. And it's typically a sign of someone who's like intellectually dishonest. Like, if you can't represent both sides of an argument properly, then people aren't going to take what you say at face value. They're just going to be like, you know what, I'm going to agree with the fucking Nazis. Especially if you make your quote-unquote good guys so unbearably unlikable that the audience by proxy decides, fuck you, I'm going over here.
Yeah. Like, that's how you have people sympathize with the quote-unquote villains, and the heroes are, like... I felt that for the Star Wars sequels, actually, honestly. I wanted the First Order to win in the last movie, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, or, like, you feel bad for Kylo Ren because this poor fucker has devoted his life to the dark side, and he's struggling to be successful. Meanwhile, this perfect girl is beating him at every turn because she's quote-unquote good. Like, that would drive anyone to go, like, I want to defeat you, not because, like, we're diametrically opposed by the light and the dark side. It's because I hate you specifically, and I need you to go down.
Yeah. Come on, how did that hit me?
It's a common problem, and, like, again, it's especially apparent when, like, especially if we're gonna go back to Archie, for example, you get these very telling fucking stories, like, especially whenever, like, Ken Penders would take over, how he would try to, like, beat you over the fucking head with, oh, here are my political leanings, or here's what I want the story to be about, and you just kind of go, like, I want to strangle you. I want to strangle you and every character that you love or created proxies of,
Yeah.
It's just, it's very irritating to say the least. And yeah, again, it's any wonder that people are kind of like moving. I don't even want to say like moving away from Sonic or anything like that. It's that people are hungry for something, anything that isn't just fucking what's it called?
Yeah.
Isn't just fucking the status quo.
Yeah, and the fact that, and it sucks because nothing's gonna change because most of the fan base is made up of the Dark Age people who used to be kids back in the 2000s, so they have no sense of quality. They're just gonna praise every single Sonic Prime video I've seen, everyone's just praising it and making excuses for every small thing that you can think of, and it's sad. Like, no one has any sense of quality.
Yeah, like, I admit there are things about Sonic Prime that I do like, and I've said it's like, yeah, this is good, but then there's shit where it's like,
yeah,
it's clear that there was something else planned, and then you get like, absolute stupidity. Like, for example, I've mentioned how, how Sonic is essentially a complete and utter dumbass in this entire series, to the point where it's like, why the fuck is this even happening?
Yeah.
And then by proxy, you get like, or how irritating it is that we're going to the same fucking places over and over again, with no deviation or no like alternate places. We're just seeing Green Hill over and over again.
Exactly. It's not, And I don't know. From what I heard from the leaks of Sonic and Sonic Superstars, apparently there's microtransactions. They could be just DLC, but it's quite possible they have like a battle pass system.
Probably. Like, the thing is that I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to introduce classic versions of all the major Sonic characters. Like, I know that there's this like constant, what's it called? This constant like talk of, or at least back when, what's it called? Back when Generations and things like that happened, where people wanted to see what a classic / young Shadow would have looked like, and because Shadow canonically is like frozen for 50 years in a cryogenic tube, and we never actually got to see him as like a little quote-unquote babby hedgehog. There's always been this kind of like what's it called? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Oh, bear with me. You know, we never got to see that, so a lot of generation mods would create what's referred to as like a classic Shadow, basically.
I think the original concept art for Shadow could work as like a classic version.
What? The what's his
Terios?
name? Yeah, that's it.
Because like he kind of like, you know, starts out as that and then grows into the Shadow, you know.
And it could work. I mean, for me, I've been more of the opinion of what's the word? I've always been of the opinion that Terios should be his own, you know, character. Like it should, just like how the Bio Lizard is, what's it called? Just like how Terios is, or sorry, the Bio Lizard is like a prototype of Shadow that kind of never got further. I like to imagine that Terios at least got further along before the project got scrapped.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make an interesting kind of story. The concept of a prototype being like pissed off with the final product and kind of like wanting to know why he wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that does work. I kind of feel the same. I kind of have a debate with myself on that with Rouge and Nails, because I'm like, should they be different characters or should they be, you know?
Hey guys.
Hey,
Yeah, I get it. It's the same sort of concept as like should they be their own characters or should they be like just like earlier versions and like, you know, yada yada yada. I think personally, like I said, with characters like Terios, it's a case where Terios is very obviously not Shadow. Like so much of him is so different compared to Shadow that to assume that he is the same character would be like not. I don't want to say insulting, but it's like you'd be blind at that point, you know.
I mean, I thought of adding the modern stuff into my classic fan games to show that they're connected. Wait, I've already told you this. Fucking retarded. But I thought that, like, you know, I just always ask, what could I do for classic designs of characters? You know, it's kind of like hard to think about.
Yeah, because not every character has had a quote unquote chibi / classic design. Like for example, you don't get like what's his name? Silver has a Silver doesn't have a classic design. He's always just kind of been this teenager / like young hedgehog, whatever you want to call him. Same with fucking what's it called? You know, same with not Knuckles. Fuck. Same with oh god, I can't think of anyone right now. But you get what I mean. Like there's no blueprint to really go off of. The closest you could do is just kind of like what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm trying to think of the right word here. The closest you can get is oh lord, what's it called? Using classic Sonic as like a template and then kind of like building off of that, but then you kind of wind up with the whole clone problem where you don't want to just make, you know, classic Sonic but with Silver's weird hairdo, or classic Sonic but slightly angrier, you know, yada yada yada. It's just that kind of problem. I think you kind of need someone to sit down and really kind of hammer out the classic look before making any like proper decisions. If that makes any sense. I think the best thing is that if Superstar is going to have more classic characters appearing or iterations of classic characters, then it would be probably the best thing to let like them create the classic versions, and then we just kind of then, you know, as Sonic fans, we just bitch and complain about it until we accept it and then move on.
Yeah.
as is the style.
Oh my god, can any of this stop bouncing? Oh, God. I'm so sorry. It's just
It's fine.
frustrating, man.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. No worries.
Please don't hit me, please. Thank God. Yeah. Oh, come on.
It's just one of those. What's the word? It's just one of those situations, really. And again, I think the best kind of like compliment is just to let it be. Let the characters kind of go, and then once everything's been properly finalized, I guess, then we kind of see where it all kind of goes from there. Again, I'm more of the wait and see approach kind of guy, more so than I am kind of like an active. Oh, let's start designing crazy shit. It's like no, because odds are whatever we design or whatever we try to do is going to be like what's the word? Probably already done.
Yeah. No, the thing I hate about this game is there's no guides online. So now
Mhm.
I just wasted 1 hour of my life trying to beat that, and because I don't know what I have to do. I genuinely don't know what I have to do. I'm stuck, and there's no one who can help because everything's
No,
from
no,
2013.
No, I get it. It's not a case where you're like running into a wall and you're fighting or it's challenging and you're like, you know, being challenged on it. It's more that you're hitting a brick wall and it's not fun.
Well, yeah, it's just like I don't know what long sword I need or what sword I need for stuff. It's
I hear that.
it's
Now I need to
fucking
go hit something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off for a little while. My throat is getting like raspy.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some food anyways right now.
All right, I'll see you later.
So yeah,
Bye.
bye. Oh, Frank's here. Shit, I don't know what to do, man. I don't know. Start Reddit. You know, I hate going to this site, but it's my only choice.
Niggas call it the.
They're about to execute us when a rebel officer sees one of our passports and shouts, "Wait! These aren't whites."
This page needs a hero. It needs Knuckles Gassy.
Man, I'm just so stressed. shit. Oh. Okay, let's go here. What is this bullshit?
Hello YouTube, how's everyone doing? It's Professional here. So today I have a really crazy current events video for you guys. If you aren't familiar with this series, this is a series in which I, react to ridiculous things that are going around while having some gameplay in the background. Now, this is the story of an American soldier who probably defected to North Korea. We're going to say probably because we don't know, but everything is actually pointing to the possibilities that he probably did defect to North Korea. Now, you're watching this video and you haven't heard about this story, you're probably thinking to yourself, Professional, are you sure it wasn't a North Korean soldier who defected to South Korea? Yes, I'm sure it's an American soldier who actually went to North Korea. You almost never hear about that. It does happen. It's very rare where people will defect to North Korea. Most of the time it's where people from North Korea will defect to South Korea. But this is an American soldier that was on tour in South Korea, and he ended up crossing it into North Korea, and he surrendered there, and he's being held in North Korean custody. And I'm going to react to this. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts on this. I do read a lot about North Korea, and so I'm going to let you guys know what I think about this story, and I'm going to talk about a few things that I think that people are getting wrong about this story. So anyways, I'll link this article down below. A U.S. soldier who crossed into North Korea on Tuesday did so willfully and without authorization. According to U.S. and international officials, he's now believed to be in custody of North Korean armed forces. The man whom a U.S. Army spokesperson identified as Travis King was a private second class who'd been released recently from a detention center in South Korea. He was scheduled to be flown home to the U.S. when he somehow returned to South Korea, joined a tour group to the demilitarized zone, and ran across the heavily fortified border into North Korea. Here's an overview of what we know. Who is Travis King? Officials say private second class. King has been a cavalry scout with the U.S. Army since January 2021. The 23-year-old had been stationed in South Korea, but recently served 2 months in prison there on charges of assault, the Associated Press reported. I think this is very important to the story, and I'll explain why. Several South Korean media outlets reported that King had punched a South Korean national at a club last September. He had also been fined 5 million won, the equivalent to $3,942, for causing public damage and being uncooperative with police during his arrest. According to an account from the Chosun Ilbo newspaper citing legal sources, King yelled obscenities at South Korean police as he kicked the doors and interior of a police vehicle. CBS News report that King was released to U.S. officials at the military hub in the country about a week ago. So, in South Korea, if an American soldier actually commits a crime, he is subject to South Korean laws. He assaulted somebody and struggled with the police. Before bolting into North Korea, King was being escorted to an airport outside of Seoul, where he was expected to board a plane bound for Fort Bliss, Texas, to face military disciplinary action. Officials escorted him throughout airport security, but King somehow managed to ditch the escort and make his way out of the terminal and back to the militarized zone between North and South Korea. That is where officials said King, who was dressed in civilian clothes, joined a tour of the Korean border village of Panmunjom. What happened when King crossed the border? One member of the tour group described the incident on a now deleted Facebook post, saying that King laughed loudly, then ran between the two buildings and eventually into North Korea. Another told the AP that King was one of 43 tourists in the group and appeared to be traveling alone, dressed casually in jeans and t-shirt. He made his move at the end of the tour, disappearing down a narrow passageway between the DMZ's famous blue buildings before the soldiers standing there guard on the South Korean side had time to respond, said the woman, Sarah Leslie. Leslie said she didn't see any guards on the North Korean side and was told by her tour guides that the army there had decreased its presence at DMZ since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's still unclear whether King planned to escape into North Korea or whether it was something he did on a whim. Some experts say the trip just to the demilitarized zone takes days of planning. Leslie said she had been required to submit her passport or to receive a permit in advance of the tour. Okay, so this article keeps going on and on. It's a pretty long one, but basically that's the majority of it. Now, what I'm going to talk about here is I think that this was a defection. We don't know this 100%, but I do think that this was a defection. And the reason is the key is that he was facing disciplinary charges in the U.S. So he was going to be punished when he was actually going to come back to the U.S. He was probably going to get dishonorably discharged. Dishonorably discharged means that you get thrown out of the military. You get basically kicked out of the military. That's what probably was going to happen to him. And so this guy had gotten pissed off at that and basically just said, screw it, I'm going to North Korea, we'll just see what happens there. That's probably what happened. Now, here's the thing about this. There's a lot of people that I've noticed in the comments section on a lot of videos on the news talking about this. A lot of people are saying the North Koreans are going to kill him. But in my opinion, I don't think the North Koreans are going to kill him. I'm not defending the North Koreans at all, but I'm just saying is think about it this way. This guy is too important for them to kill. This guy they could probably use as a hostage and probably use as a bargaining chip. This is an American soldier that crossed into North Korea, and the North Korean government can now basically say, oh, we have an American in custody, give us something. Release this person for us, or give us this, or reduce your troop presence in South Korea. They could try to demand something, payment, anything, so they could try to get something out of this guy. So that's why I don't think they're going to kill him, because they're going to use him as a hostage and probably use him to try to get something out of the U.S. and out of the South Korean government. That's probably my best guess on that. Now, here's the thing about this, is this is actually not the first time that this has happened, but it has been decades since an American soldier has actually defected to North Korea. Now, this guy might have actually been inspired by this guy right here on the screen, James Dresnock. Now, if you don't know who James Dresnock is, James Dresnock was actually an American soldier that served in the American military on the DMZ in South Korea in the 1960s. What happened was he had a very similar story where he was actually facing charges. He was facing charges, he was probably going to get kicked out of the military, and so he just said, screw it, I'm going to North Korea. And it was him and a bunch of other soldiers that went to North Korea, and as far as I know, the 3 other soldiers, the American soldiers that went to North Korea, they all wanted to return, they were begging to return, and they went to the Soviet embassy and were even begging them at that time to return them to the U.S. Eventually, I think most of those guys did return to the U.S. One of the guys I know stayed there for some time, and then he married a Japanese woman that was in North Korea, and then he escaped to Japan with his wife. But James Dresnock, he stayed there, he never returned, and what happened was he basically became a propaganda machine for the North Korean government. The North Korean government used James Dresnock to actually create propaganda. So he would create propaganda, he would write propaganda that was anti-American, anti-South Korea. He would defend the North Korean government, say that North Korea is the only true Korea. And what James Dresnock also did was he had actually played in North Korean movies. So this is actually a picture of him. He would play in a lot of North Korean movies, and whenever he played in North Korean movies, he would typically play as the evil American in those movies, and he would just make the U.S. look bad. Now, about James Dresnock, I'm not defending him. The guy was a traitor, but if you actually read James Dresnock's life, it actually makes perfect sense why he actually defected to North Korea. He grew up homeless most of his life when he was a kid. His parents were abusive to him. His parents didn't want him. He was given into custody by his aunt, and his aunt didn't even want him. And eventually, his dad took custody of him, and what his dad basically did was, his dad had driven him to a retirement home. And at that retirement home, the dad had told him that they're going to visit a relative, but the dad just left him there at the retirement home. And he never saw his dad, his mom again. His parents basically just abandoned him on the streets. He didn't finish high school. He got into a lot of fights in his youth. And what ended up happening is he married a woman when he joined the military, and that woman actually ended up cheating on him. And so that broke him. And then he got into trouble with the U.S. military. I don't remember what he did exactly, but he was facing some kind of assault charges, I believe. So the point is, Dresnock had a pretty messed up life, messed up childhood, messed up adult life. Just bad things were just happening around him constantly. And so one day, he just basically snapped and just said, you know what, screw this, I'm going to North Korea. And the North Korean government basically gave him whatever he wanted. They turned him into a celebrity. This was the perfect guy for them to turn into a celebrity. And so that's why James Dresnock probably stayed there, because he basically been given everything that he wanted. And so it was still wrong what he did. I'm not defending him. So he is a traitor. I want to be clear, I'm not defending him. He's a scumbag, but he passed away a few years ago. But at that time, he didn't really have much left in his life. And so when he went to North Korea, the North Korean government basically made him into a propaganda celebrity, letting him star in movies, make propaganda for them, and you can understand to a degree why he felt at home there. And so this guy, this Travis King guy, I think that this is probably the exact same thing. He's probably hoping the exact same thing happens to him. He possibly heard about this story because it just sounds so similar to it. And so he's probably hoping that he's possibly going to be a propaganda icon in North Korea, that he's going to be turned into some celebrity by the North Korean government. That's at least my analysis on it, at least what I possibly think. Because the North Koreans, like I said, I don't think they're going to kill him because he's just too valuable. They're probably going to use him as a hostage, or they're going to basically turn him into a propaganda machine. And you could possibly hear in a few months where he's going to be broadcasting propaganda directed against U.S. soldiers and against South Korean soldiers. That's definitely a possibility that can happen. As for the area where he actually defected, the area where he actually defected is the JSA, or the Joint Security Area. This is actually an area on the North and South Korean border where both North and South Korea can have talks. So when you actually see, like, you see it in movies and you see it a lot of times in documentaries, it's that area where you have like those small little blue buildings that are like in the middle, and then you have like a big South Korean building and a big North Korean building on both sides, and both soldiers are basically just kind of looking at each other. This place is where Travis actually escaped to. This is not, an area that has barbed wire or is fortified by mines. This was an area where, if you wanted to, you could just run across right there. It's one of the few places where there really is no fence, but it is also heavily guarded. And so during the tour, apparently he just decided, you know what, screw this, and just ran across on the North Korean side. The blue buildings in between the buildings, both sides can actually go into them. So they're actually kind of like a neutral ground where both the North and the South Koreans can have discussions. But this guy, we're going to see what basically happens with him. I'm really curious how this story is going to end. But this guy has basically just ruined his life. He's done a really stupid thing. He should have just went back to the U.S., taken his dishonorable discharge. But now basically he's in the most unfree country in the world. And I don't know what he's hoping to happen. And maybe something possibly like Dresden. And also, one other thing I forgot to mention about this is actually Dresnok's kids. That American that defected to North Korea, this is actually his kids. And his kids actually claim to be in the North Korean military, which it's just a bit creepy with this whole story going on. But let me know what you guys think down below of this situation. If you guys enjoy videos like this, do drop a like, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful day, guys.
Let's go over the rules of the challenge. Once you complete a quest, it cannot be done again. You must play solo, no glitches or exploits, cannot use Prowler. To complete the challenge, you must beat the final boss of G-Rank. Also, I'm going to try my best to elaborate more on each section I go over. I'm not the best with my script skills, which is why I originally wanted to stream this challenge. After all, the Monster Hunter Stories Nuzlocke I did has become my second most popular video on my channel as a result of it being unscripted. So with that out of the way, let's get into the challenge. At this point, using a gun lance might not cut it for me in this challenge. I may need to go for Charge Blade as that is my main weapon. While the other weapons seem like a good option, I'm not exactly patient enough to get the Burna tickets. So we go with the Kaiser Blade instead, as it's the easiest to upgrade without the need for things like Hyper Monster materials. So I mined in the Ruined Pinnacle a bunch and killed a bunch of Hermitars to complete the subquest. This by no means marks the quest as complete, so we can do it again if we need to. We also got the large herbivore bones we need by beating up Rhinopolos in a subquest. After crafting the Kaiser Blade, we need...
I'm not even looking at it. Oh my god, I hate this so much. I hate doing this. I didn't want to fight this, man. I never did. So frustrated right now. I'm so frustrated with this shit, man.
What's wrong?
Oh, my freaking ears. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're frustrated.
Yeah, it's so annoying, man. I'm just having the worst time playing this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish I could. I really. It sucks if I can help.
Yeah.
Did you see what I DM'd you earlier?
No, because I've been playing this.
Okay. Anything you want to talk about, or are you good?
I guess I can't think of anything. I'm just so frustrated with this game. I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do. There's nothing online. I'm stressed out.
Is this a older or newer game?
Older game.
Oh, when did it come out?
2009 and 2012.
Yeah, there's probably a strategy. There's probably a strategy guide online.
Guess so.
Yeah. Well, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch. Okay.
Okay.
Good. See you.
Just die already. Sick and tired of going. Just go on the land so I can beat you. How did that do nothing? I hate the goddamn stun. Stop stunning. Die. Die. Oh my god! I'm just getting so sick of this shit. Stop! Oh my god. I hate this. I hate every single second of this. I don't want to fight this. I don't want to fight this. I don't want to fight this. I hate this goddamn stupid ass creature. Why can't you just die? Just go on land, please. am so sick of this, man. I am just so sick. I'm so sick of this. I can't hit it. I can't hit it. Every single goddamn time. I only can land a few hits and that does nothing. There's nothing I can do. I have to fight this garbage if I want a better sword. Look, why? You've been limping for the past 10 goddamn minutes and you're not dead. Just die. Die. Stop venting off. Oh my gosh. I'm not even satisfied. I don't even think I got the goddamn sack. Watch, it's not gonna give me it. Oh look, I got it high. It's totally what I need. Look, it's not gonna show I have it. Oh. Gave me 2? Okay, that was worth it. Never mind. I'm not sad anymore. Never mind. Oh, it's almost FNAF's 9 fan. Oh, it is. You're right. Alright, let's go back home. Okay. So now we just need to get some baggies killed. I don't got that. Oh, I can't play like this. Too late for that, at least. You know, this is really annoying me. I'm having a bad day in this game, man. This is what I have to deal with. Oh my god, can I eat? No, I can't, because no matter where I go, these assholes are everywhere. Oh my god, dude. Such bullshit, man. They're freaking. You keep spamming your hip check dimes. Give me hide. Bad. Oh, I've been hunting the wrong thing this whole. What? Five, six, seven. Three, one, two, so that's five. Four. Oh, I need one more. Okay, I got what I do. Perfect. I'm gonna kill you. Two? Okay.
This is the problem.
best video game of the last 10 years was Halo. A game put together by Microsoft and Bungie. Halo was a game that almost wasn't a video game. You could almost just bring a gym bag to your friend's house, change into sweats, and play Halo for a good 4 to 12 hours. It brought people together. Sadly, it tore people apart. But what Halo did was change the face of who you were, whether you were a gamer or not, and it turned people who were never gamers into full-on gamers. We love that game. We love Halo.
Pleasure of fighting this monster in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate knows how annoying this thing can truly be. I don't think that the Royal Blue Doctor was that bad in Monster Hunter Generations, mainly because you can't fight it underwater because Monster Hunter Generations doesn't have the underwater mechanic. So, you might be wondering now, why do I hate fighting this monster? Well, there are several reasons I do not like this monster. Okay, one very annoying quality to the Royal Blue Doctor is how limited its moveset is. Underwater, it will spam the same attacks, and it doesn't really have any unique attacks to its own. A lot of them are just direct copies from the like I use. To fight underwater overall feels annoying because you keep using the same attacks over and over again. Okay, so you've done some damage to it underwater. And how it's gonna change its tactics by going on land. Well, that's nice and all, but now the fight's more on the boring side than the going. Similar to the Tigers, the Royal Blue Drop is inclined to be fast on land, which doesn't make sense. I mean, at least it makes a little sense to why the Tigers is so fast. But what excuses for Royal Blue Drop now? One thing I will say that I really enjoy about the Royal Blue Drop is the satisfaction of breaking its game. I don't know why, but it's just one of the most satisfying things in Monster Hunter. I mean, the mini looks so fucking ultimate, and then the game is so cool. And I guess the monster is pretty easy, right? So it doesn't only take that long. Okay, at least there's no substitutes. Oh, wait. Well, at least it doesn't go underwater. Oh wait, I just remembered that monster is arguably worse than its counterpart. I have to say that I think everyone will this is just one of those monsters that you look at and wonder, how the hell is this going to be considered to be a monster? I mean, when I think of monsters from the Monster Hunter series, I think of Praetorius, Devil Joe, and Nargacuga, not the freaking Voltron. Where do I even start with this? Well, this is one of the easiest monsters in Monster Hunter. The only thing that their Voltron really does is run super fast and charge you. That's it. When I was first making this list, I was going to put the monsters down on my list, but at least those actually look like monsters and are somewhat enjoyable to fight. This thing is just annoying to fight as well as boring. Even when you first fight this thing, it is a joke. Oh, and you can't forget to talk about its children's banquets. Those, in my opinion, are the most douchey and trolliest monsters in the Monster Hunter series. So I don't just hate this monster, but I also hate its children. I mean, most of the time I'm focusing my attention on the monster I'm fighting, not a freaking Bullfango that has no right to even be a part of the fight. I believe that the Bull Jump has no reason to fight. The Bull Jump just looks like a cool, special about this monster. Its only purpose in Monster Hunter is to be annoying you and try to hit you while you're fighting other monsters that you actually care about. Okay, so Capcom has made some great monster designs in the past with some pretty clever mechanics with it. This monster is just unoriginal and quite frankly one of the most poorly designed monsters in the series. I can't take this monster seriously whenever I fight it because of how stupid it looks and how horrible it is. What did Capcom do to it? It's a pink gorilla. A pink gorilla. The Bull Drone has a better design and more going for it than the Kandalala does. Also, let's not forget its special mechanics. Oh boy, I love how clever Capcom is for coming up with some genius mechanics for such an amazing monster. Kandalala's main attack is No, I can't. I just can't. So you might be thinking, okay, we got the one that looks like a gang defeated after a long drunken night, in part of its main attack. That isn't too bad. It's actually kind of interesting, right? I couldn't be further from the truth. Not only does this thing have little to no power to it, but it spams the same moves over and over again. Oh, and let's not forget that when the Kangalawa farts on you, it makes it so you can't use the line. So you better make sure you bring a crap load of deodorant. The thing about the Kangalawa is that it's pretty easy to find again, so you don't have to go to it. Oh, and another little bonus to the Kangalawa is that it has one of the worst subspecies I've ever seen. I know that subspecies don't have the best on the monster, but I just thought I should mention it. I really enjoy ice monsters because they have really clever designs and mechanics. But this monster throws me all out the window. It makes me never want to fight another ice monster as long as I can. Now this monster is one of those monsters that is going to fight in the start of the game. But it's easier to fight as you get better. I still hate the Belongo with a fire reaction. Great, it's another f***ing gorilla. Once until with Capcom ruining gorillas in Monster Hunter. Okay, not all gorillas are horny. Just most of them. Anyway, I hate the Belongo because it's pretty much a cheap rip of the Rajang. And it doesn't look nearly as cool as it is. And it's also one of the fastest things that I've ever fought in Monster Hunter. Playing this thing when you're new in Monster Hunter can be brutal because of how fast it moves and how much damage it can do you with one hit. It also has quite a bit of health for a monster at that point in the game. The main reason why I have the Belongo on this list of all is because of how cheap it is to fight. As I mentioned before, it moves fast and hits hard. So why is it cheap? It will do this move where it throws a punch and it moves a punch in the area. And it will do this move repeatedly, one after the other. And if he manages to hit you, then he will give you an ice punch like some sort of snowball action. When I said the Belongo is a cheap rip of the Rajang, I'm not calling the Rajang a cheap monster. What makes the Rajang not cheap is the fact that some of its attacks are slower than the Belongo's attacks. It doesn't repeatedly do the same combo. Now while I was playing the Belongo, so the video, I was having a wait on my feet, but that doesn't change the same. Great, it's another water monster. I swear, I actually really do enjoy the underwater mechanic, but there is just some monsters that give it a bad name, like this one does. Actually, now that I think about it, this monster alone gives it that name. Now, this monster is a lot of people's worst nightmare, and you might be surprised with where it's at on my list. Yeah, I really hate it, and it's a pain to fight, but I don't think it's nearly as bad as some of the other monsters that are on this list. And plus, you don't have to fight it that much. The monster I'm talking about is the Blessed. wondering what's so bad about the Plessia. Well, remember how I said the Tigrex has some players get bodied? Well, the Tigrex is get bodied and hold a candle to how bad the Plessia is get bodied. What makes a Plessia get bodied worse than the Tigrex is the fact that it can be and they're nearly impossible to down in Manitoba Theater. Another fact that adds to how horrible the Plessia get bodied is the fact that it's freaking cute. I mean, it was a pretty old school. When it's on land, the only thing you can hit pretty much is its legs. Oh, and let's not forget about how as soon as you knock the Plessia down, after wailing on its legs for days, that it flops on its side. It flops on its side. Why does that flop? It's a fish, but why? It's so annoying to try to get the flop. I mean, if you're using a flop weapon and you're trying to get KOs on its head, good luck, my friend, because it's nearly impossible to do, because its head is moving 100 miles an hour. Fortunately, the Monster Generations, they made the Plessia easy to fight, because of the hunting mode. So, you're fighting it. Then, the fight will go a lot more smoothly. One good thing that comes from the Plessia is that you can make some really great water weapons. But, I don't think it's worth fighting. I could go and make the Celtics Queen weapons, or Matsu's weapons. Others are just its tail, head, and or claws. This is fine. I like that the Zinogre has such a variety of moves, but my problem with it is the fact that it can very easily get you caught in several combos that are very hard to escape from, and very frustrating. Like one of the most brutal combos is when he slams his claws on the ground over and over again. If you manage to be caught in this, and you most likely will, then consider yourself screwed, because it will get at least 2 or 3 hits on you. Even if you run from it while it's doing this move, it will eventually hit you if you make one slight mistake. Another move that it has that can be devastating is that it will try to hit you with its tail, which is, in my opinion, one of the worst moves that it has. And to top it all off, this monster has one of the most savage rage modes that I've ever seen in a monster, besides the Devil Joe and the Rasengan. So when a monster is already fast and powerful, it's more powerful and faster, quite completely fine. I work a lot better at fighting the Zinogre when it's not in rage mode, but I still have a hard time fighting it when it's super seasoned. You might be thinking the reason why I don't like the Zinogre is I'm not good enough to fight it. Well, I will admit that it is one of my more difficult ways to fight, but I also really don't enjoy fighting it that much. Yes, it looks cool and has a great user company, but that's not enough to make the fight enjoyable to me. I always get way too mad when this monster is fun. So, I didn't decide on which monster to put on this list, because they're horrible. One of the monsters appears on way too many quests, and is super annoying to fight, while the other one is one of the worst monsters to fight ever, and is super annoying, but it only appears in game, and you don't have to fight it that much. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put both of them as my number 3 spot. This is my list after all, so I can do whatever I want. The 2 monsters that get the number 3 spot are the Giganox and the Chezu. Monsters seem to be the fan favorite after all. Both of these monsters are used to white ball sacks and are some of the most disgusting monsters in the series. I will admit that I think it's really cool that these monsters have this horror element behind them, but it's definitely not enough to make these monsters actually right. The Giganox is one of these monsters, endless amount of close range, far range, and has a wand that hurts you if it hits you. While the Chezu is an electric monster that has a lot of the same attacks, but these attacks are super annoying because they can cause paralysis. The Giganox annoys me because it drains blood by antidotes and it makes me quick, while the Chezu makes me more paralyzed and goes away its way. And one thing that annoys me in particular about both the Chezu and the Giganox is how they both can walk on the wall and see the heat. I think that the Chezu does it worse because one of its attacks is that it sticks to the ceiling for each screen. The Giganox does go on the wall and ceiling, but it doesn't move on the ceiling. The Chezu does. I also hate how both of them have the wall. I mean, why they can't do it? To get the Giganox off the wall is to have a bow weapon or to have a bounce weapon. And the only way to get the Chezu off the ceiling is to hit with a bounce weapon or to climb the wall. Of course, this depends on what area you're in. So if there's not a wall near you, you don't have bounce weapon, they'll screw you because now you have to wait at least 5 or 10 minutes to wake up. Okay, I think that I've talked about these monsters for about as long as I can handle. That's insane. Monsters are monsters that I despise with a fiery passion. These are the monsters that make me rage quit and never want to play Monster Hunter again. I didn't even want to film fighting these monsters, and that would require me to look at them. After thinking for a long time about which monster was horrible, I decided that the Mount Vestia was handled to how horrible my choices. I'm not gonna lie. When I first found out there was gonna be an Owlin monster, I was really pumped to fight it. And when I saw it in the Monster Generations video, I was excited because it looked like one of the most badass I've ever seen. But then I thought, Capcom managed to make one of the most annoying fights in all of Monster. My main reason for one tiny ability it has. It has confusion. You might be thinking to yourself, does he mean the Mount Vestia can make you stunned? Every monster can do that. No, I mean, that makes you play the game backwards. That is like, when you get hit by the Mount Vestia's confusion counter, and trust me, you will get hit by it. You don't have to play the game in reverse control. I will admit that it is a really weird mechanic, but its charm goes away very quickly. You get hit by it over and over again. I mean, it's pretty much the only attack that the Mount Vestia will use on you. Thankfully, as of the beginning of the video, this is the only monster that has the ability to do this. I mean, there are so many reasons why I think this is one of the worst things in Monster Hunter. Oh, but there's still quite a bit of things that can come from the Vestia. It also has a feeling that if it hits you with one sleep, it is usually after someone gets hit by its confusion power. The beam is fairly easy to avoid, but it is still annoying that it can do this to you because the fight is already enough with confusion present. Here's a little tip in case you do get hit by the sleep beam. If you're about to fall asleep, go to a cliff, and if you sleep by a cliff, you'll wake up instantly because you push the game out. You're welcome. Another reason why I hate this Mount Vestia so much is because I did a mission where I had to fight a hyper version of it so that I could get to the hit on it. I came to remember. That was one of the worst fights that I've ever enjoyed in the Monster. It took me almost 40 minutes to do because I didn't bring it up in comparison to the fight. Although I have a lot of love for Mount Vestia, I would say that it's one of the only monsters I got through the Malfestio. I got through the hardest part of the video. Oh wait. What? That's only number 2? Oh god, I had to do the number 1 choice. I'm just gonna go lie down a little bit before I get into that one. I have to talk about Monsters Rathways. Wow, this video took a really long time to make. Okay, I know I have to talk about it. I just really don't. But I will because I have to make sure that everyone knows my hatred for Rathways. One of the things that I like about the Rathways, and I do mean everything, is the fact that it has some great armor, some weapons. Oh, don't worry, we're going to talk about the armor weapons. Trust me, now that we've got the only thing that I like about the Rathways out there, now it's time for the huge list of things that I hate about it. And the fact that it is a fight with all the monsters. What? Oh, let me explain. The Rathways has a wide range of attacks, ranging from fire to poison, and it will spam whatever living out of all of these attacks. Wait, hold on. I actually have an interesting one. Just for fun, I'm going to go ahead and top 5 of the most annoying attacks that the Rathways has. Top 5. While the Rathways is in the air, it will do this attack while trying to make the players clear. But this is not really combos. It's not too bad, but I try to make it. Number 4. The Rathways likes to be in the air, so a lot of its attacks are done in the air, like the fireballs. But as soon as it's done in the air, it'll hit you with its claws. Oh boy, the claws it has on. Okay, so every time you hit my claws, it will be poison. So, whenever it's done in the air, it'll fly towards you and poison you, which is fine. No, it's whatever, just bring an antidote. Think it's fine, it's whatever, it's cool. Just be very annoying because you can be hitting it while it's flying and you get attacked by its claws as it comes to the ground. Number 3. In the earlier games, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate to be specific, the Rathways would fly around in the sky and shoot you with fireballs and charge you. Hit it at all unless you leave. So I would just have to dodge all these attacks and wait for you to This is so annoying. This is completely unfair for blade masters. You can't hit it at all when it's high in the air, and it would stay up there for way too long. I believe what Capcom was trying to do with the Rathways here was that it was trying to give the player this intensity that you couldn't anybody hit you all around the map with attacks. This is just annoying, not creative, and not intense. And it lasts for way too long. When the White Beam Talus does this, it's terrifying and it's done right, but it doesn't last forever because it goes back to the ground as soon as the attack is done. It doesn't fly that for about 5 to 10 minutes. Number 6, one thing that really bothers me about Rathways, and I think that this is by far one of the cheapest that I've ever seen. Ever. When the Rathways roars, it will back away from you and shoot you with a fireball. This attack is nearly impossible to dodge unless you have high-grade reload, which you most likely will not have with low rate. So, if you want to attack it in front, you'll bump it up because if it roars, you're getting out of the way of that because I never have been able to. I've tried to figure out a way to do it, but it's not possible. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to get high-grade reload just so I don't have to worry about this roar attack. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh god, it's only number 2. It's only number 2. Number 1. Once you fight the Rathways in IMG rank, it will become a new move, which is by far the cheapest move in all of Monster Hunter, in my opinion. You might be thinking, wow, that's pretty cool, it gets a new move. But no, this is the cheapest move in all of Monster Hunter. I mean, it's literally the cheapest move of all time. So when the Rathways is flying high above the sky, fireballs and stuff into the home block. So you might be thinking, okay, that's not too bad. It's just a wall attack. But remember I said it's possible to do this? Well, now it can hold on to the claws. You might be thinking, so what? It has a homing attack. Well, this homing attack is a dodge. Because it's in the air, it decides to execute this, it's tracked onto it. There's no know where the dodge is. It's not really a good side here. It's going to do it so high up in the sky. It'll just do a quick thing, go down, it's going to get poisoned, waste an antidote, and then get hit by a fire attack or something, or get hit by a roar or something. There's not much more I can say about the Raptors. Oh, but there is so much more I can say about it. So much. Remember how I said that the only good thing about the Raptors is that it has really good armor and weapons? Well, you can't just get all that amazing stuff for free. You have to fight it over and over. I mean, this is normal with all armor and weapons and all monsters in the game. You might be wondering, what makes the Raptors one of the most famous groups? Well, you saw my top 10 favorite monsters. I mentioned that I had a hard time making the access to armor set because I couldn't get a plane. Well, during multiple plays, I wanted to make Raptors as armor set because it has great shit and it looks cool. So I would fight it a few times and then make everything I did to the set except for the Raptors. Raptors Blade is the main of my existence. For those who don't know, the Blade is a rare type. To be specific, there's a 3% chance to kill it and 2% capture the rover. And I realized there's a 6% drop and 5% drop to capture. I had to fight the Raptors 27 times to get one Blade. And that it's a monster combination, so I don't have to grab that. So I never want to grab Raptors again. Oh, and another thing about the Raptors is the fact that it has either subspecies and a deep so you can't avoid fighting. You know that there's all low package, and you can't get those love conditions to be able to fight the Raptors and the rain at the same time. I love those. Don't even get me started with the rating. I was going to put the rating and Raptors together as well. Well, I didn't want to make this execution small. I guess the rating is like this horrible. I'm done talking about the Raptors. There's more I can say about it, but I don't want to keep going until the Raptors. I think you guys get the point that I don't like it. So you don't want to watch it. Think about how I wrote 1.5 pages on the reasons why I hate the Raptors. Thank you guys for watching the video. So, as a special little present for you guys, I actually have a Plessia on. That's right, genuine. Real. We have a little bit of slime on it because the Plessia, likes water, so it's for your fish guts and all that stuff. There's Plessia, real fish, real, so real 100% Plessia. Okay, so what you gotta do is you gotta show appreciation of how quickly Plessia is. Like a lot of people love Plessia. I personally adore Plessia. My favorite monster of all of them. So, show appreciation. So, bring us beer. We got Plessia up here. We got the tartar sauce. You gotta make sure it's special by laughing. So what we're gonna do right here. It's got tartar sauce all over there. Okay, so now that you got the tartar sauce all over the Plessia, like so. Suffering a bit from that. So we're gonna go that way. Come over here.
about 15, I adopted my little sister's Nintendo 3DS, and I began buying games for it. One such game,
Mercury Spot, or the Gigainox and the Chezu.
Fast that it's almost impossible to react to them, which causes you to take a hit and leave you wide open to a beatdown. Which brings me to my next problem, that the Tigrex is fucking relentless. Oh my god, once this thing starts attacking you, it will not stop until it beats you to a bloody corpse and you fainted within seconds. This is once again because this thing is too fast for its own good, since while you're getting up for its attack, this thing has already made its next move and you're helpless to defend against it. Now in the defense of the Tigrex, there are other monsters that are similar in the sense that when they attack you, the second you recover from an attack, they'll attack you again and pretty much kill you then and there like the Brachydios. But I find the Tigrex to be one of the worst monsters that do this, and most of the time, once the Tigrex gets a single hit on you, you're pretty much fucked. And finally, the thing that annoys me most about the Tigrex is the fact that this thing's attacks have much bigger hitboxes than you think, making them even more difficult to avoid. As if running around at the speed of sound wasn't bad enough, now this thing can hit you from not too far away. I imagine some of you are rather confused since this thing doesn't have any projectile attacks aside from when it pushes the boulders at you, so it can't hit you from a distance. Well, when I said large area of attack, I mean the fact that this thing's tail whip attack is pretty much impossible to avoid if it pulls off within striking distance of you, which is most of the time by the way, no matter where you're facing, and the fact that this thing's roar hurts you. Yes, you heard me correctly, this thing's roar hurts you. Sheesh, could you be more frustrated than fight Tigrex? I mean, I understand that monster roars cause you to become stunned for a short amount of time. That makes sense, but actually causing physical damage is going a bit too far, don't you think? Now, Tigrex isn't the only monster whose roars can hurt you, since both the Najarala and Ukanlos, not sure if I pronounced that right, have roars that hurt you, but at least with those monsters, you can react in time to either block or dodge their roars, whereas the Tigrex activates his attacks so fast you can pretty much never anticipate when it's going to use its attacks, and even having the maxed out earplug skill doesn't help either. Concerning the subspecies, the Brute Tigrex isn't much better since this thing loves to use roar attacks more than any of its other attacks, and in the case of the Molten Tigrex, I actually don't mind fighting him. I mean, yes, he is much stronger and now has explosive attacks which deal a ridiculous amount of damage, but at the same time the Molten Tigrex is slower and easier to anticipate even when in rage, which makes the fight against him much less frustrating or cheap, since despite being significantly stronger, you can predict his attacks better and react to them in time. The Tigrex weapons and armor aren't very impressive either, since the armor gives you abilities like Auto Tracker, which I honestly don't find to be that useful since I find a paintball to do the job just fine, and Quick Eating, which both Dimitros and Deviljho armor gives you, as well as not being that great of a skill to begin with. And in the case of the Tigrex weapons, I don't use them at all since while they have good base power and sharpness, they deal no elemental damage, and most of the time they have terrible levels of affinity. In the end, Tigrex is a monster I personally cannot stand fighting. I'll admit that the Tigrex has earned its place as a flagship monster of the series, and if you like this guy, that's perfectly fine, I completely understand. I just hate fighting this thing and it's never a fun time for me. But helping this is the fact that the Tigrex doesn't really give you any worthwhile weapons or armor, and even if it was worthwhile grinding this thing, I still wouldn't do it because this thing is just too fast, frustrating, and furious for its own good. I wouldn't say I hope to never see the Tigrex again, but we all know that's never going to happen, because as much as I hate to admit it, the Tigrex is here to stay, and at the end of the day, you've just got to deal with it. Well, I imagine I've pissed a good number of you off of putting the Tigrex on this list. Well, sad to say, number 6 isn't exactly going to make you guys happy either. Well, at least some of you. Funny enough, when I looked at the comments for top 10 best Monster Hunter monsters, I found that 50% of people really like this monster, whereas the other 50% hated this monster. And sorry to say, but I'm in the same boat when it comes to that particular monster. Now I can understand why people would like this monster, and there are certainly a good number of positives to this guy. However, the negatives in my opinion far outweigh the positives and result in one of the most difficult and downright soul-crushing monsters I've ever faced. So brace yourself people, because number 6 on this list is the Rajang. boy, I'm just digging myself into an early grave at this point. Now, like I said before, people were very 50-50 when it came to either loving or hating the Rajang, and I can certainly see why. But that doesn't change the fact that I cannot stand going up against him, and never has a monster beat me down so hard that I just completely lost any interest in playing like the Rajang did. I feel I should at least talk about the positives about the Rajang first, because this monster certainly has got quite a few things going for it, and I like to give credit where credit is due. First and foremost, I love the design of the Rajang. I mean, seriously, Capcom, a gorilla ram monster that shoots electricity? Damn, you guys certainly have a creative bunch of designers. But in all seriousness, the Rajang is an awesome looking monster, and this thing just screams, bro, do you even lift? Not to mention that when it becomes enraged, suddenly it sprouts electric fur, and all of a sudden it becomes an Electabot on steroids. No, wait, that's an Electivire. Well, you get the idea anyway. Not to mention, the Rajang also gives you pretty damn good equipment, so some of the Rajang weapons make for good lightning weapons with high levels of base power, and the Rajang armor is pretty good, increasing your abilities like adrenaline and increased sharpness. The only problem is that I would never grind this thing in a million years. Why? Because the Rajang is a rampaging asshole! Okay, if you just so happen to have no problem hunting on the Rajang and actually rather enjoy it, good for you, you certainly got more patience than me, so I tip my proverbial hat to you. But that doesn't change the fact that I hate fighting this monster for the same reasons I hate fighting the Tigrex. The Rajang is simply way too fast for its own good, and he never, ever gives you any sort of space or breathing room to escape or recover the moment he sets his sight on you. If you thought the Tigrex attacked you relentlessly, you haven't seen shit until you face the Rajang. I mean, the speed in which the Rajang moves is something Sonic the Hedgehog would be jealous of, and most of his attacks cause the ground to shake, which can cause you to lose your balance and leave you open to a beating. This is made worse by the fact that the Rajang is extremely powerful. I mean, the fact that this thing had fucking fists was the first sign that this thing was packing some serious muscle. I mean, this thing can pick up and throw boulders from the ground with just one hand, but the amount of damage the Rajang does to you is just plain silly, and very often his attacks will send you so far flying that it will take ages to recover from them, and by the time you have, this thing is already started attacking you once again. And even if you manage to escape from this thing, or get enough distance from it, that's not going to help you in the long run, since not only can this thing shoot lightning at you, which by the way, is much more difficult to avoid than it looks, trust me, the fact that this thing will spin dash at you at breakneck speed essentially means it's going to break your neck. You could argue that the Tigrex is worse because its attacks have large hitboxes and are harder to avoid, but at least the Tigrex didn't take 70% of your life with a single hit and shoot lightning from a distance. Seriously, fuck that lightning attack. Also, no offense to the Rajang, if I want lightning weapons, I'll grind the Zenoga or trade for the Gaiacrus materials, thanks very much. Anything to avoid you like the plague. Again, the Rajang isn't the worst monster of all time, and has definitely merit to this guy, but that doesn't change the fact that this thing is just far too frustrating to fight, and even once you get better weapons and armor, this thing doesn't get any more fun. The Rajang may look cool and give you decent weapons and armor, but none of that means shit when you have to deal with one of the strongest and fastest monsters in the entire series, as well as one of the most ferocious and downright brutal monsters to date. I don't know about you lot, but I'm staying as far away from the Rajang as possible, because I'd rather not put up with having shit kicked out of me and then beaten to a bloody pulp. Which is sadly what's going to happen with the next entry on this list. This is what I was dreading most about this list. After uploading my top 10 Monster Hunter monsters, the comments section was flooded with people asking, why is it this monster on the list? What about this monster? Dude, I love this monster, why isn't he in the top 10? And all of them were referring to the same monster. Well people, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I just happen to hate this monster. I mean really hate this monster for many reasons, and truth be told, I'm not exactly sure what everyone loves about this monster. I mean, with the Tigrex and the Rajang, I can understand why people would like them, but this? I just don't see why so many people love this guy. Nevertheless, this subject needs to be addressed, because this has been bugging me for a while, and I'm sure you're already ready to throw bricks at my window. Well, I better get out some home chores. Sorry everyone, but I hate the Nargacuga. Now I've done it. At this point, I'm sure the dislike bar is going to reach higher levels than the Metroid Prime Federation Force trailer. Look everyone, I'm really sorry, but I just don't like the Nargacuga, and there really aren't many positives I can think of for him. I mean, if you like this thing, fair enough, that's your opinion, and I'm not going to sully you for it. But I just don't see the appeal of this monster, and I hate fighting this thing. I mean, I've faced this thing many times during Monster Hunter 3, and no matter how good my armor and weapons were, or if I was playing on or offline, Nargacuga was one of the most tedious monsters I've ever had the displeasure of facing. Okay, I don't want to sound like a wet blanket, so I'll give the Nargacuga this. I like its design. Seriously, I think the Nargacuga is a cool looking and unique monster, since it very much looks like a panther women monster, and overall, I think it looks pretty cool. But looks aren't everything, and this monster offers nothing but pain and misery once you actually start to see this thing's true colours. The biggest problem I have with the Nargacuga is that, like both the Rajang and the Tigrex, this thing is way too fast for its own good. Now this may sound like I don't like fast monsters in general, but that's not the case, since both the Zinogre and Barioth are fast monsters and I love to hunt them. But this thing, oh god, this thing is just so fast and relentless you can never catch a break. Not only does this thing have fast attacks, but by far the thing I hate the most about this thing is the fact that the very second it jumps to avoid you or move to a different position and land, it will strike you before you have time to adjust yourself, since most of the time he does this while you're attacking him. This is what annoys me the most about the Nargacuga. The amount of times this thing has blindsided me and then hit me before I could even start to make a move was just disgusting. And like all annoying monsters, the moment this thing attacks you, it doesn't stop until you're dead. I mean, both the Rajang and the Tigrex are much stronger than the Nargacuga, and the Nargacuga itself doesn't deal too much damage, but that doesn't change the fact that the Nargacuga hits you more times than you hit it, and the Nargacuga can still kill you in a decent number of hits, especially if you use that bloody tail attack, which I swear has some of the funniest hitboxes I've ever seen in Monster Hunter. So there have been times where I've been hurt by this thing just by not even standing close enough.
Goku's here. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I don't know, I was rendering a video today and we'll have something out, like, by, yeah, so I'm rendering, a new animation should be out in the next few days, or tomorrow, or today, I don't know. I don't know what we should do. Should we hunt this guy? This guy? I don't know. I'm whispering because there's people sleeping, so... yeah. I guess we'll do the Fall of the Dawn. Seems like less of a bullshit than Nibble Smurf. think we will get these. Wait, what else? Wait, why are there Rockies here? They can appear up here. Honestly, this thing's not even that bad. Finally, monster that doesn't take me an hour to do. Honestly, I should be fine. Dumbass, come eat these bombs. I did it again. go. Run off, pussy. Run off. Wait, where is he going? I guess we follow him now. gotta find something. Ah, so close.
To being touched by it with the long end of a stick. Also, because the Naga Hoover doesn't ever stay still, most of the fights this thing go on way too long and end up wearing you down and just tiring you out. I've expressed many times that Monster Hunter is one of the most fun and rewarding video games I've ever played. Seriously, the thrill you get from taking down these larger-than-life monsters by understanding them.
I'm trying to cook here. Can you please let me eat? To business.
Movement patterns and attacks, as well as exploiting their weaknesses, is something I cannot even begin to describe. And when doing this online or locally with friends and other players, it only amplifies the experience. And even monsters as frustrating as the Tigrex and the Plesioth suddenly become a fun time for everyone. With that said, however, there is one monster in the series that I never have a fun time fighting, whether it's by myself or in multiplayer. And this isn't because the monster is frustrating or cheap, oh no, in fact this monster is rather well balanced and its attack and movement patterns aren't anything cheap or frustrating, and overall it's a well designed monster. So you must be thinking to yourself, how on earth can you hate a monster that isn't frustrating and is rather well designed? Well, I certainly found a way to hate the Nibblesnarf. Yeah, that's right, I hate the Nibblesnarf. Hey, if you like this monster, that's fine, but personally, I just hate fighting this thing, even if the monster doesn't even come close to frustrating me as much as Naga Hoover and Plesioth. So why do I hate this monster? Well, it's simple. This monster is boring. B-O-R-I-N-G, boring. I swear, even when I'm online with a great team of hunters, this monster still finds a way to be probably one of the most boring and dull monsters I've ever faced in Monster Hunter. I mean, you could make the argument that monsters like the Plesioth are much more difficult and frustrating, thus should be placed higher than the Nibblesnarf. Even with monsters like that, once you take them down, you get a real sense of pride and satisfaction from conquering this beast, despite the frustration that came with it. I never get that with Nibblesnarf, since the monster just puts me to sleep every time I face it, and I don't think I've ever had legitimate fun facing this thing. Like I mentioned previously, the Nibblesnarf is not a poorly designed or frustrating monster. In fact, I feel the way it acts and the type of attacks it has are fitting with the monster's design and behavior, so at least this monster doesn't give me any sort of grief. In fact, this monster doesn't give me anything! I mean, come on Capcom, how can you make this thing boring? I mean, you made fighting flying insects, toads, and anglerfish fun. So how on earth did you make a monster based around what I assume to be a sand-based shark or something boring? Now I bet a lot of you are wondering what makes this thing so boring. Well, maybe it's just me, but whenever I fight this thing, the nibble stuff really doesn't do anything exciting or surprise me in any way. All it does is casually surf along the sands and occasionally try to bite you. The only time the fight gets more interesting is when the nibble stuff decides to use sand tornado attacks, or if you just so happen to fish it out of the ground. Another reason this monster is so boring is that because it dwells in the sand so much, most of the fight is just you chasing after the damn thing and waiting for it to stop for a second so that you can actually attack the bloody thing. Like with the Plesioth, this thing doesn't ever stay.
Now, unfortunately, we have to fight this guy to get points to get the thing we need to progress through the stories. His shadow. got the Royal Ludroth. Now let's go get the sharks. Gotta kill some sharks. No, you idiot. Gotta wait for the sharks to spawn again. Well, we got the resources, at least we got that. doing some research right now. Hope you don't mind.
Fell in love with the fight. In Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, it swam in the water for the most part. By the way, I actually liked the swimming mechanic in Monster Hunter. Don't tell anyone though. A lot of people will get upset by that. Anyway, the Lagaricus fight consisted of a lot of thunderbolts and fast charges towards you when it was in the water. But when it got on land, it would charge you, try to flatten you like a pancake, and do this move that caused lightning to pulse out of it. This attack was one of his hardest attacks to dodge. I think I love this fight so much because this monster was powerful, and it made you have to start grinding monsters to get better weapons and armor so that you could beat it. The Lagaricus was present in Monster Hunter Generations, but since the game got rid of the water mechanic, I feel that the fight wasn't as fun or as memorable. I really like the way the armor looks, but I'm not a big fan of using its armor, mainly because when I was playing through low rank in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, I never got its plates. I needed just one plate to complete the armor set, and I never got it. But then I went to high rank and started recording some footage for this video, and I got on play on my first try. I had the same problem with another monster, but I'm going to talk about that monster later. I hate both. Speaking of monsters with multiple subspecies, I will not be talking about the Azor or Silver Rathalos because I've already shredded the Rathalos to death in the previous video. So I feel like anything I would say in this video would be kind of redundant. If I was to include a Rathalos subspecies on this video, it would definitely be Silver Rathalos, and it would probably be at the number 4 spot. Yeah, only the number 4 spot. I think that should be a good representation to show you how much I hate some of these subspecies. One thing I should mention that's very important to mention now, before we get any further with the game, This is my personal opinion. So if a monster that you wouldn't like appears on this list, don't take it personally. I just don't like it. So now that I mentioned all the rules in this video, let's hunt some really horrible subspecies. Right off the bat, this first subspecies comes from a monster that is pretty much a clone of another monster that a lot of people don't like. Fortunately, you don't have to encounter this monster that much, which is the main reason why it's only at the number 10 spot. This subspecies comes from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, and it's one of the saddest excuses of a monster that I've ever seen in the series. I mean, a good amount of the subspecies on this list do have enough changes to them and look different enough to be considered a decent subspecies, but this one doesn't even try to be different. It's a ripoff of a ripoff. That will make sense in a second. Now, I already really hate the original version of this monster, because in my opinion, it is the most unoriginal monster in the series to this date. So the fact that this subspecies does pretty much nothing different is quite disappointing. Now, if you haven't pieced together what monster I'm talking about, then you're not, because you probably have never fought it. The subspecies is the Saurians. I can't even begin to tell y'all how mad this monster and its subspecies makes me feel. So, if you've never gotten the luxury to fight the Basarios or the Ruby Basarios, then let me tell you what the fight's like. Do you remember that other rock monster that people don't enjoy? Its name is Gradius. It's a monster that uses the fire and sleep element. Well, the fight with Basarios and Ruby Basarios is just like that fight, but instead of using sleep, like Gradius does, they use poison. Are you f***ing kidding me? Capcom, can you really be that lazy? You know I love Monster Hunter to death, but there is no excuse for this f***ing. Just because you give a monster a new element to use does not mean that it's a completely different fight. You have to change your attack pattern and at least try to not make their appearance too similar to each other. Now that I've ripped Basarios a new one, it's time to get into why I hate this subspecies more. I'm going to read y'all something that comes directly from the official Monster Hunter wiki. This is the ability section of the Ruby Basarios on the official wiki. Remember, this is what makes the Ruby Basarios different compared to the normal one. You guys ready? Its shell is highly resistant to damage and is difficult to penetrate. It is capable of launching crystals from its back by shaking its body back and forth. Yeah, that is the only difference between the Basarios and the Ruby Basarios. Now, I've stated before, the only reason why I put the Ruby Basarios at the number 10 spot is because I don't have a super personal hatred for the subspecies like I do with some other ones on this list. This is something that disappoints me in a different way. This makes me disappointed at Capcom because they knew that this monster was a cheap clone of Gradius. And another thing about this is that this monster was made in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Are you kidding, Capcom? You made some great subspecies for 4 Ultimate, but you f***ed up royally with this one. Because it's not like this monster's already a f***up or anything. At least the Basarios hasn't returned in the game since Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Oh gosh. It's in Monster Hunter Double Cross. Great. Next two choices are going to be the most controversial subspecies on this list. I know that a lot of people really enjoy these subspecies, and I know that I'm going to get roasted hard in the comment section. You know what? It doesn't care. I need to voice my opinion on these subspecies and why I hate them so much. So, I guess we'll start off with the less controversial choice. Before I go any further with this segment of the video, I should just say that I am aware that the older subspecies did not change a lot from the original monster until Monster Hunter 3. So, this one gets a pass in that aspect. Now, this subspecies comes from Monster Hunter 3 and is considered to be a classic subspecies because it was one of the first ones in the series. As you guys might know, there is a certain monster that I also don't really like that I said I would talk about later, and that is, of course, the Wraith. Now, which one of the Wraithian subspecies am I going to put on this list? Well, it was hard for me to choose between them, but after thinking about it, I had to choose the Pink Wraith. I know that a lot of y'all, especially the people who've been playing the series since the first game, are going to be disappointed in me putting the Pink Radiant on this list, and for me putting it above the Ruby Sarius. Well, let me explain my reasoning for doing this, and then you are more than welcome to read that and tell me why you don't think this subspecies deserves to be on this list. One thing that I will admit about the Pink Radiant is that the Radiant is definitely pretty in paint. I personally think the Radiant looks way better in paint than she does in paint. The paint's definitely changed it enough to be noticeable, which is always a plus. Okay, so now that I've said the thing that I like about the Pink Radiant, it's time to tell y'all what I dislike about her. For starters, the Pink Radiant is very annoying to fight. No, I'm not calling her cheap by any means, because she is not a cheap monster. I am, however, calling her annoying because of one new attack that she hits. The regular Radiant will fly in the air and spin in a cartwheel formation to try to hit you with its tail and poison you. The Pink Radiant, however, spins in a figure 8 formation as well as spinning in the cartwheel formation. Since she now has two different aerial methods of poisoning you, she will be able to use both poisoning attacks in a row. This means that you will now be getting poisoned even more than you would if you were fighting the regular Radiant. I hate this subspecies because I feel that the Pink Radiant is the worst about spamming poison attacks compared to the regular and even the Gold Radiant. Since the regular Radiant doesn't have this new poison attack, she doesn't stay in the air for as long as the Pink Radiant. And the Gold Radiant has enough new attacks so she won't stay in the air for as long. And she doesn't spam those two poison attacks like the Pink Radiant. Now, I'm not saying that the Pink Radiant will always spam those same two poison attacks over and over. I am saying that when she does spam those two attacks over and over, it can make the fight very annoying, because you'll have to wait quite a bit before she is done spinning in the sky. And once she does get down, she could get up again into another aerial attack, and you have to wait even longer for the animation to be done with it. I feel that this breaks the pace of the fight, because of how much waiting time there is when the Pink Radiant gets into this aerial combo that she likes to do. I don't feel that the Radiant and the Gold Radiant have this problem because of the same reasons that I said beforehand. Also, the range of her tail is way too long. I could be completely out of her range and she can still hit me with that figure 8 spin. I can't tell you how many times this has happened to me. The Pink Radiant is more sporadic than the regular Gold Radiant, which is a good thing. Even though she's sporadic, it's still easy to tell when she's going to do her tail attack. So the fight isn't as hard as I would like it to be. It's pretty disappointing. So there might have been some people who focused on that, but Radiant on this. But there's going to be a riot of dislikes and negative things. This subspecies on the list, because this subspecies is actually pretty good compared to the rest of the subspecies on this list. This subspecies is on here for personal reasons, and I'll get into that in a second. Now this is another subspecies that I really want to like, because of how much it changes the version. Just because the subspecies changes its fighting style a lot and looks completely different, does not mean that it improves the fight. It can actually do the opposite. Now before I tell y'all what the subspecies is, I want y'all to remember, this is my opinion. I know that there are a lot of people that really love the subspecies. I just personally don't. Okay, well, I guess it's time to piss off some people. The subspecies is the Sandberry. Okay, I know that none of y'all were expecting me to put the Sandberry up on my list. Honestly, I wasn't either. But as I got to fighting it and I saw the changes that it made, I started to not enjoy the fight nearly as much as I enjoyed the fight with the original Baryon. Let me explain why. So Baryon's fighting style changes significantly. Instead of using its speed to its advantage like Baryon does, he'll use more projectiles than tornadoes, which is kind of disappointing because Baryon is known for his deadly speed and combos. Sandberry uses his qualities because it focuses more on shooting tornadoes and pinball than it does using its speed to hit you. However, there's one attack that the Sandberry has that one doesn't have that makes the Sandberry really stand out. It can ride the tornadoes that it creates and then launch itself towards you. I think that this attack is very clever, but I absolutely hate it. I feel that, like the Pink Radiant's poison attack, the Sandberry uses its move way more than it should, especially as it gets closer to dying. This is where my personal hate for the Sandberry comes in. When I was playing through the story mode of Monster Hunter Ultimate, and of course I had to fight the Sandberry. I was excited to see what this version of the fight was going to be like. as the fight started, I noticed that this version of the Barioth was way weaker and easier to fight than the Barioth. Which is pretty upsetting for me because one of the main reasons why I like the Barioth is because it's so much more satisfying to take down a hardy monster than it is to take down something that's a pushover. Now the fight gets worse because as he was starting to die, he would start spamming the ever-living hell out of that attack or riot in the tornado. As you guys know, you can't attack the Sand Barioth while it's doing this attack. I had already used both my machines fighting this monster because it was a good fighter. Now she learned how to fight. So when it was doing the flying attack, I would keep having to dodge that attack when I had very low stamina. Keep in mind that when I was fighting the Sand Barioth, I had little to no money, and I didn't have an abundance of supplies. So it finally landed the tornado attack on me and killed me. I felt that this was one of the worst kills that a monster has ever had on me, because I felt that it was spamming that attack over and over again until it hit me, and that really pissed me off. Finally, I did kill it, and I was so pissed off that I was not at all satisfied with it. So yes, I really don't like the fight with the Sand Barioth much because of that experience, as well as the fact that I think that this version of the fight is not nearly as good as the fight with the regular Barioth. This subspecies is interesting because I've seen people either love it or hate it. Obviously, you know how I feel about it because of what Liz was like. This subspecies is one that just really pisses me off every time I have to fight it, because it's another subspecies that changes quite a bit, but not in a good way. Now, honestly, both the original version and the subspecies uses elements that just really piss me off. However, since I hate the original version more, I guess my statement about it changing for the worse isn't entirely true. Even though I still don't like the changes that this subspecies makes. It just reminds me of a Kezu wannabe way too much. This subspecies is, of course, the Baleful Giganox. Yeah, the point that I made about the Baleful Giganox reminding me of a Kezu is the main reason why I don't like this subspecies. Now, I'm happy that the Baleful Giganox changes quite a bit from the original. But this gets ruined because it becomes more like another monster that already exists. Kind of like how the Basarios is a ripoff of the Gravenews. I hate the Giganox quite a bit, but at least its fight is quite different from the Kezu and the Red Kezu. You might be wondering if the Baleful Giganox adds anything new to the fight. It does have some new attacks, but those new attacks are just ripoffs of the Kezu's attacks. This makes the fight a mixture of two fights that I really hate. So really the Baleful Giganox is the unwanted child of a Giganox and a Kezu. Logically, this subspecies should be higher on my list, since the Kezu and the Giganox were so high on my other list. Well, it's not higher on my list because, believe it or not, this subspecies actually doesn't annoy me as much as you would imagine it would. Don't get me wrong, it really makes me mad every time I fight it. It's because most of the time when I get hit, it's my fault that I got hit. I would get hit because I couldn't read its attacks well enough, or I didn't dodge the attack in time. This fight is actually an upgrade to the Kezu's fight, because it had a theme with it, and it doesn't spam Thunder and Paralysis attacks. And it doesn't look as ugly as the Giganox and the Kezu do. Just because the Baleful Giganox has a good amount of good traits to it, does not mean that I enjoy the fight by any means. It does mean that I can acknowledge the improvements that they've made. Thus, why the Baleful Giganox is only number 7 on the list. This is the point in my list where my choices start to get a little more predictable. This subspecies has the Basario syndrome, meaning that it's a subspecies that pretty much adds nothing new to the table. Now, it's a shame that this subspecies turned out the way it did. I actually really love the original version of this monster. Now, this is another subspecies that was from Monster Hunter 3, so it didn't really get much changes made to it because it came out when subspecies didn't really get a lot of changes. So you would think that I'm going to say that this excuses this subspecies from being judged in that aspect. Well, you would be wrong if you said that. With the Pink Raytheon and the Azure Rathalos, they did have some changes, being how much longer they would stay in the sky for, or for being more sporadic in the original version. The only thing that the Purple Gypceros adds is that I can now use G-Rank Poison. I honestly don't know where to begin. I mean, I have so much to say about this subspecies. It has no new or original attacks, it has very little to no color change, and it doesn't change up its method of attack. As I stated before, the first batch of subspecies didn't really get a bunch of changes to them, because of the limitations and whatnot. But monsters like the Pink Raytheon and the Usual Rathalos were released in the same game as Purple Dipceros. I would still consider them to be different enough from their original counterparts to stand out. The Purple Dipceros doesn't even get a different color scheme. Every monster that I've mentioned on this list so far has a different color scheme, or a different looking appearance to them. Even the Ruby Basarios looks a little different from the original version. The regular Dipceros is already purple. Why couldn't you have chosen a different shade of purple that made it stand out more? I mean, you could have used any one of these shades of purple, and it didn't take me that long to find them. Purple Dipceros is like the shiny Gengar of the Monster Hunter world. It's barely noticeable, everyone tries to forget about it because of how lazy and horrible it is. Oh, and I haven't even gotten started with its fight yet. Oh man, its fight is the definition of copying and pasting. It still has the same movement pattern, flashing attack, poison attacks, and that fake dying move, which I actually find to be really cool. But that's besides the point. There's only one thing that is different from the Purple Dipceros, and that is that it uses G-Rank Poison, which I mentioned earlier. Capcom, G-Rank Poison is not enough of a change to be considered a different fight. Maybe this could have been acceptable if the fight was made harder in any way, but it doesn't. The Dipcero's poison attacks are way too easy to dodge, so this poison is not going to make the fight any harder. There is nothing different from this fight whatsoever. It is bland, forgettable, and downright embarrassing on Capcom's part. This is a monster that I've been waiting to talk about on my channel. When I was making my video about my least favorite monsters from the Monster Hunter series, I actually forgot all about this monster. And now I have a special spot for it here on this video. This is another subspecies that has the Basario syndrome, which for this monster's case is not good. I will admit that this subspecies actually looks way better than its original version does. That is all that it has going for it. As for the fight, well, it's pretty much the same ballerina dancing fool that the Duramboros has always been. Yeah, I'm talking about the Rust Duramboros. Before I start talking about the Rust Duramboros, I need to talk about the regular one. The Duramboros is one of the biggest, no pun intended, pain in the asses to fight, especially solo, because of how much health it has. It is understandable that this monster has so much health. It is pretty massive, but if you're going to make a massive monster that's super bulky, then you need to give it more clear signs to when it's getting weaker. Monsters like the Gravios and Basarios have clear signs to them getting weaker. As you fight them more, their backs and chests break apart, and it is very obvious that they have taken a lot of damage and are close to dying. Now, it's possible to break Duramboros' back, but since it has so much health, and the back is kind of in an awkward spot, especially in 3U, you most likely will not break it. And you can also break a part of its tail off and break its horns. Those are the only 3 clear breaks on the monster. So my point is, the Duramboros fight is a fight that feels like no matter how much you hit it, you have no idea if it's getting anywhere near dying. This is, in my opinion, a pretty big problem when it comes to the Monster Hunter. Also, another thing that I should mention is that as well as having a lot of health, the Duramboros has a surprising amount of speed for a monster of its size. I mean, it's able to spin on its tippy toes and launch itself actually from across the room. This is a monster that is very unbalanced when it comes to its stats. I always hate having to fight this monster because I know that I'm about to do a very bland fight that takes way longer than it should. Okay, so those are all my important reasons to why I hate the Duramboros. Now let's talk about why I hate the Rust Duramboros. The Rust Duramboros is another subspecies that's just a copy and paste from the original version. Rust Duramboros was made in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, so it does not have the same excuse that the Pink Raytheon and Azure Rathalos have when it comes to why there's less new features. It is especially bad for this subspecies because it is still just as bulky if not more bulky than the original Duranboros. So now there are two monsters that have land fights that take way too long to complete. Great! Well, at least they changed Duranboros' tail from a mallet to an axe. By the way, Capcom, changing one very minor detail on a subspecies and recoloring it does not make it a new and original monster. It just shows how lazy you can get with some of your subspecies. Oh boy, I get to talk about this monster again. Now, I've already talked about this monster in great detail, so I'm only going to discuss what new features or habits that this subspecies brings to the fight, which, spoiler alert, it pretty much brings nothing new or good to the fight. When you clicked on this video, you just had to know that this subspecies would be in the video because it is one of the most infamous subspecies in the whole series. If you don't know what subspecies I'm talking about, then consider yourself lucky. You probably never had to play with this piece of utter I mean, there are monsters that have one or two flaws in the fight, but this monster has nothing going for it. It's awkward design, aggravatingly annoying fight, a horrible subspecies, and it is known as one of the cheapest monsters in all of Monster Hunter. Actually, its design is pretty creative, and it stands out quite a bit compared to some of the other monsters. And its subspecies actually is way better than the original. Okay, I'm getting off topic. Anyway, it's time to talk about the Green Plesion. I thought I was done talking about this Plesion. I wanted to put this thing behind me, but here I am getting to talk about its even worse subspecies, the Green Plesion. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. The reason why I think the Green Plesion is worse than the original version is because of one very important change that it makes. It now uses more water attacks and light speed of water more than the original Plesion. This means that you will now have to deal with more water beams, going swift charges, and just having to fight it underwater in Virginia. Now, I really love the underwater mechanic in Monster Hunter, as I've said over and over again. But I hate fighting the Plesion and the Green Plesion underwater because of its spastic movements and its water beam. So now I have to deal with even more of this bull. It makes this fight one of the most annoying fights in the whole series. I actually have a clip that I want to show you guys that proves my point, just in case you don't believe me about how the Green Plesion likes to be in water more than the original version. As you can see, it just stays there, spamming that water beam as we lay on the shore so we can get it. This is just pathetic to watch this play, because this game is making us wait to fight a monster, because it refuses to leave the water, even though no one is there when you're trying to bait it on land. Oh, and I haven't even gotten to the fact that it also doesn't add any attacks. Yeah, I know that was from Monster Hunter Freedom, but in that game, there was no swimmer mechanic. So the only new thing that it can do is spam the water beam a lot more than the original version. Why did Capcom think this was a good idea? It's just lazy. As I've said many times now in this video, Capcom had the chance to add more to some of these other subspecies because the Pink Raytheon and these Rathalos got enough change in them, so why didn't they try to do the same thing with Plesion? This is just another thing to add to why the Plesion is always been a horrible monster. Okay, everyone knew that this subspecies was and the fact that I referred to the subspecies as horrible a bunch of times throughout my top 10 Monster Hunter subspecies. I'm never going to draw out this piece of intro because it doesn't deserve to have any sort of build to it. It's the right casual everyone. I bet y'all are shocked that this subspecies is only number 3 on my list. Well, there are 2 subspecies that I believe are 20 times as bad as this subspecies. But I'll get into more detail about those subspecies later in the video. The red Kezu is another one of those Monster Hunter Freedom subspecies, so by that logic, it's safe from being judged in that aspect of lacking features. Oh wait, no it's not, because like the Purple Gypceros, this monster adds nothing new to the fight. I feel like I've said that so many times in this video, it's ridiculous. There's nothing special about this subspecies. At least with the Purple Gypceros, it had some stronger poison. I cannot believe I just said that. I just said at least the Purple Gypceros add some stronger poison. The red Kezu doesn't have stronger thunder attacks, it doesn't have any new or original ideas, it still doesn't have a theme, which I'll get into later, and it doesn't have any good weapons or armor. Remember how I said you can't really tell that the Purple Gypceros is a different color from the original? Well, I wish that was the case for the red Kezu. This thing's color scheme is awful. Out of all the colors you could have made it, why did you go with this disgusting bloody red color? This just makes it look like a bloody uncircumcised that is bleeding to be put out of its misery. Capcom, red does not look good on the Kezu. I think I understand what Capcom was trying to go for with it being red. I think they're trying to make it look bloody because it's a monster that has a horror theme to it. That's just a theory. What game? Guys, I'm sorry, man. guess I took it a little too far there. Anyway, if they're going for the bloody horror theme, then instead of making the whole thing red, then why not have red splotches on its body and make the skin pink? That would have made it look gross. It wouldn't have made it look like a 3-year-old got on Photoshop, used the bucket tool on the white Kezu, and made it red. Okay, so I focused on the coloring for way too long. Now let's move on to the next thing I hate about the Kezu. The fact that it has no theme. Before you even write the comment that I know probably half you have typed out now, I am aware that the Kezu has no theme because it has no eyes and it doesn't have a theme on purpose to make the atmosphere more intense. I think that's really stupid. I think that it makes the fight extremely awkward. Every single monster in the series has some sort of theme with it when you're fighting it. So when all you hear are the Kezu's roars and some background noise, it can be very distracting. I know that this is a small nitpick, but I want to explain everything that I can that's wrong with this monster. And the final thing I want to address is its fight. Now, I said that it doesn't add anything new to the fight. Well, that's not entirely true. It has one new move that is so rare that I didn't even notice it until I was recording footage for this video. It can throw a thunderball behind itself. I'm curious to see how many of you guys knew that, because honestly, it shocked me to discover this. This is one of the saddest displays of what Capcom subspecies qualifications are. Give the monster one new attack that it will almost never use, and paint it a nasty red color. Okay, I've talked about the red Kezu for way too long now. Let's move on to the last two subspecies. These next two subspecies might be very surprising to you, because I've seen nobody talk about them. These monsters are so bad and so annoying that I might actually need to take a break from Monster Hunter after hunting and talking about them. Now, what subspecies could I possibly be talking about? They both come from monsters that I already really hate, but this first one's on here for a completely different reason than my number one choice. My number one choice is on my list for way more personal reasons than this one. This one is on my list because this is the perfect example on how to make a horrible monster even worse and more hated. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one and the only Emerald Congalala. I've already talked about how the Congalala is a monster that pisses me off because of its horrible design, how dumb the main mechanic is, and how the fight is boring and way too easy compared to some of the other monsters in the series. Well, the Emerald Congalala adds up all those qualities that makes the original fight so bad. It farts more than the original Congalala, which is the only difference between the original and the Emerald Congalala, but I'll get into that in a moment. It goes down even faster than the original, and the fight is even more boring than the original. When I saw that the only difference between the Emerald Congalala and the original is that the Emerald Congalala farts more, I assumed that it came from Monster Hunter Freedom. But it doesn't. It actually comes from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. This could have been excusable if there were software limitations, so they weren't able to add many new qualities to the subspecies. But that is not the case because, as I said before, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite is when Capcom started to make their subspecies more different from the original version. Adding more farts to a monster that already farts doesn't make it a brand new monster, it just makes it the same monster that farts more and is now green. Oh, sorry, I meant to say emerald. Oh, and you can't forget how the Emerald Congalala has a bigger head now. That is essential to making a good subspecies. Okay, I know at this point I'm nitpicking, but come on. That's just the stupidest ever. Why did Capcom think that making its head bigger would make it stand out more? I think that they were trying to distract us from noticing that this fight is utter and brings nothing new to the table. Speaking of its fight, I find its fight to be extremely boring because all the Emerald Congalala does is fart, burp, and do belly flops. This gets old real fast. So seeing that the Emerald Congalala just does the same thing, but with more farting, it's just a reminder to how boring this monster really is compared to most of the other monsters. And one thing I should mention that I didn't mention when I last talked about the Congalala is that it has the ability mushrooms and get new elements from them, so that Congalala can eat a poison mushroom and be able to poison you with its burps. In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, Capcom thought it'd be cool if the Emerald Congalala got a little bit of an upgrade. They gave it the ability to use the blast element when it eats a blast pepper. I will admit that that is a step in the right direction for fixing this subspecies. I knew when I started making Monster Hunter Top 10s that I would eventually have to mention this subspecies. Remember how I said I hated the Rathlunks the most? Well, that was a lie. I believe that this subspecies is a million times worse than that monster. And I know I'm going to get so many comments saying, "Oh Ryan, this monster's a joke. I can solo it in 3 minutes. Ryan, you probably hate this monster because you suck at Monster Hunter." Well, I know that it's an extremely easy monster. As I said earlier, this choice is extremely personal, and I'm going to get into why. This might come out of nowhere because the original version of this monster was not that high on my list. Well, I honestly think the original version of this fight is way better than this version of it. Okay, I'm sorry for all this build-up, but I'm doing it so I have more time to avoid talking about it, because I really can't stand this monster. Everyone has one thing that drives them crazy in the beloved video game. For me, that's the purple I do rage, it's gotta be about something that really pisses me off. The Purple Ludroth is one monster that I could rage about for hours. And since I'm trying to keep this video under an hour, I will try to make this segment of the video as brief as possible. Also, I'm sorry ahead of time for my swearing. Anyway, let's talk about the Purple Ludroth. The Purple Ludroth is the cheapest monster in Monster Hunter for me. Let me explain. Every single attack that it has is poison-based. There is not one attack that I can think of that does not use poison. Now, it's understandable that a poison monster will have poison attacks, but can you at least give it one attack that isn't poison? I mean, I feel like I get poisoned by this thing every 30 seconds, and every time I go to heal, it will do that stupid 360 roll or that stupid run while it spits more poison and gets me re-poisoned. This is the definition of an annoying fight. Now, the fight's really easy. It's just so annoying to get poisoned all the freaking time, have to heal, do that stupid flex animation, and then get poisoned again because the flex animation takes so long, and it spits those poison balls or that poison body slam really quickly. Oh, and its design? Its fucking design is horrible. First of all, it's not even fucking purple, it's pink. It looks like the Royal Ludroth got inside a cotton candy machine, got stuck in that swirled around for about 30 minutes, and then came out with this pink atrocity. In Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, in order to get into high rank, you have to fight the Purple Ludroth. I was really pissed off because I already hate the Royal Ludroth, so knowing that it had a subspecies that I had to fight in order to get into high rank, very disappointing. I would have loved to have done a great Jaggy, or a great Broggy, or a great Baggy, something easy to start off with. I know why Capcom did this, because they wanted to introduce you to subspecies, which I think is really great. Now, I did everything I could to get prepared for this quest. I bought 10 antidotes, I bought 10 potions, I got 10 mega potions, I ate for a weakener, I had energy drinks, I was prepared for this. I went on the quest, and I triple carded. After 35 minutes of grinding, I triple carded. I was so pissed off. I restarted my game, and I went back to the fight. I ran out of time the second time, and I was beyond pissed because I was so close to killing it. It was sleeping, and I hit it a few times, and the clock ran out. Oh, that's still pissing me off to this day. Okay, so I reset the game again, get all my shit ready for a third time, go back out there. I wasted all my antidotes within the first 15 minutes of the fight because it did that poison spamming I was talking about earlier. I pretty much had to waste my potions and my mega potions to heal my health until the poison wore off. And that is really bad, especially when you're fighting your first high rank monster. Finally, after 35 minutes of fighting it, I killed it. I was so pissed off at this point that I did not want to play Monster Hunter ever again. Of course, I did eventually play again, because, you know, I'm not going to let one monster stop me from playing the game. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to fight it again, which is really nice. Unfortunately, I had to fight it recently, and it reamped that anger that I had way back then. So that's my personal reason why I hate the Purple Blue Drop. Overall, the fight's annoying, the appearance is stupid, I had that really personal shit with it, and it almost made me stop playing Monster Hunter. I think those are pretty good points to making it my least favorite subspecies of all time, and saying that it is the biggest waste of space, because it has nothing good going for it. Actually, the Purple Udroth has one good thing going for it, and I wouldn't have found out what this was if it wasn't for my livestream viewers. They told me to go make the Purple Udroth armor, so I went to go make it, and lo and behold, I discovered that it was actually pretty good armor. So that's the only good thing that Purple Udroth has going for it. Now, when I said the Purple Udroth only has poison attacks, it doesn't obviously only have poison attacks. There are 2 attacks that it has that aren't poison based, which is the 360 roll and the tailspin attack. Other than those 2 attacks, everything else is poison based. I just thought I should mention that before someone told me in the comments that I was
can undo that. Just what I needed. Oh shit, I gotta put on the screen. So we're gonna get the Volvodon armor, so we're gonna grind it a bit. So we're gonna be fighting the same monster over and over, if you don't mind. Because I want to fight Rathalos and get the Rathalos sword. And we can use it to get more Gaiacrus stuff. And it will help a lot with the final boss. It is 5, so I either have two choices. I can try to go to bed now, or, you know, power through this day. You know what? I have to fix my sleep schedule. We'll do this. We're gonna play Monster Hunter. That's what we're gonna do. it should be easy because last time we did do pretty good. So. try and trap it to double the rewards. farm thunderbugs.
Let's talk about Monster Hunter. That's right, I'm finally making another video about Monster Hunter. Now if you don't know who I am, then hey, I'm Ryan Kelly and I make a lot of videos about Monster Hunter. In fact, I've made a top 10 about every single type of monster in the Monster Hunter series. Well, that's not entirely true. I still have to talk about the small monsters, which is what we're going to be doing today. So today, I'm going to be talking about my top 5 most annoying small monsters in the Monster Hunter series. Now remember, this is my opinion, so if you don't agree with the small monsters on my list, then calmly let me know in the comments below. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about some of the biggest nuisances, or rather the smallest nuisances, in the Monster Hunter series. So, you know that moment when you're just minding your own business, trying to fight a huge Elder Dragon that you've been fighting for a while now, and you finally manage to get her to fall to the ground so you can hit her horns, and then you start to...
So I found out it's actually better if I just try to carve it instead.
to combo her horn so they'll break off, but right as you're about to finish the combo, a Golden Jakalaka comes from nowhere, hits you, and makes you fly across the arena, and then Kolterov gets up and kills you? Yeah, this might have happened to me a few times now. Anyway, I fucking hate the Golden Jackalacas from Cold Terrell's fight. For whatever reason, they're surprisingly strong for how small they are. Now, I actually don't mind the normal Jackalacas because they're pretty helpful and don't really attack you. In fact, they seem to focus more on the monsters than they do on you. And even if they do hit you, they do little to no damage and might paralyze you. So why are the Golden Jackalacas just able to royally fuck me over? I can't tell you how many times I've been hit in the middle of a combo or while collecting drops. I've been...
Okay, now we just gotta roll the dawn a couple more times.
Killed once or twice because of these little hell spawns. However, I do have to admit that they have a badass design and they aren't too tedious to kill. They typically die after 2 or 3 hits and don't do what I like to call the hit and run method like some of the other small monsters do. Now, if you don't know what the hit and run method is, it's pretty much whenever a monster will hit you when you're not expecting it and then immediately runs away. So they definitely could be worse. Speaking of worse, one thing that I really hate in Monster Hunter is gathering quests. Whether it's collecting 8 unique mushrooms or stealing Wyvern eggs from a Rathian, it makes no difference to me. It is still a pain in the ass to do. This is especially the case with missions like collecting Wyvern eggs or suit stones, because whenever you're collecting those items, you have to carry them in your hands. So you can't run at normal speeds, you can't jump from extreme heights, and you can't fight any monsters. Do you see where I'm going with this? There have been way too many times where I'm trying to deliver a Wyvern egg for a gathering quest and my eggs break. I almost never have had an egg broken due to height or lack of stamina, but I've had several eggs broken because of small monsters, specifically the small bird Wyverns. Now, I was going to give the spot to every small bird Wyvern, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized there's one small bird Wyvern in particular that seems to inconvenience me the most, and that is of course the Gimprey. Oh boy, do I fucking hate the Gimprey. Now you might be wondering why I hate the Gimprey more than the other small bird wyverns. And the simple answer is that the Gimprey are able to paralyze you. So if you're collecting eggs and you get hit by a Gimprey, then not only did you just lose your egg, but you could also be paralyzed, which definitely adds insult to injury. Now if you thought that was bad, just wait, it gets worse. If you're trying to fight a monster in an area with Gimprey, then there's a very high chance that those Gimprey will gang up on you and paralyze you. And if this happens, then you're pretty much screwed because whatever monster you're fighting will definitely get a free hit in, which could very well result in you dying. And the best part about the Gimprey is that they'll do the hit and run concept that I mentioned earlier. So if you're trying to kill them for a quest or just get rid of them, then good luck trying to catch them because they're pretty quick. However, because they're bigger targets compared to some of the other small monsters, they're not nearly as hard to hit as some of the other small monsters. Because of this, the Gimprey is only number 4 on my list. I honestly don't know why this monster even exists. I've never seen his materials used for anything important, it doesn't have any relatives, and it doesn't even have its own completed armor set like most of the other small monsters do. But it's still somehow into every area and seems to find a way to be annoying. I never see it doing anything important other than just waiting to attack someone who's either fighting a monster or collecting materials. So why do these things exist? Well, after thinking about this for quite some time, I'm 100% convinced that Conchu was made purely to troll people. It should be no surprise that Conchu was on my list because anyone who's ever played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and or Generation Ultimate has at least one story about how Conchu was either inconvenienced or completely ruined a quest for them. Now, what makes the Conchu especially annoying to deal with is that if you want to kill them, you have to first hit them once in order to get them to flip over because of their hard armor, and then, and only then, can you attack them. So not only are they trolls, but they're also more difficult to kill than a majority of the other small monsters. Oh, and this isn't even the worst part. They're also able to mount a monster becoming armor for said monster. So yeah, if you're fighting a Malfestio and you're in the middle of a combo, it can be completely ruined because your final blow can hit the Conchu on the Malfestio, resulting in the Malfestio not taking a single bit of damage. However, I actually really like Conchu's design, and it doesn't do the hit and run method, which makes it a little less annoying to deal with. I really hate these two monsters. I can't tell you how many times I've needed materials from them, but because they're so difficult to kill, it takes way longer to grind their parts than it does with any other small monster. And they also can cause quite a bit of trouble when you're fighting the bigger monsters. Now you might be confused because I'm referring to 2 monsters instead of 1. But the reason why I have 2 monsters for my number 2 spot is because these 2 monsters have very similar issues, and I felt like it would have been pointless to give 2 separate spots to them. So what are these 2 small monsters? Well, they're of course Remobra and Banabra. Let me start off with why these monsters are the worst when it comes to grinding them. For starters, they can fly. So this means that they can stay in the air for as long as they want to, and you have no way to hit them, unless they come towards you, which they won't unless you're completely still, or just minding your business doing something else. Now, you can hit them pretty easily if you're a bow user, but I'm not one, so I'm shit out of luck. And they typically like to do the hit and run method, especially the Banabras, meaning that you most likely won't be able to combo them because they'll just fly away once they've been hit. Actually, the Banabras have their own unique quality that make them a little more shitty to deal with, and that is that they will break if you hit them with your weapon, unless you have a special ability that prevents this from happening. So if you're like me and don't want to waste time getting an ability just to grind for one Banabra part, then you'll have to lure them into a poisonous bomb in order to even be able to carve them. So yeah, I don't like having to grind these 2 monsters. No, I wish I could say that those were my only issues for Remobra and Banabra, but unfortunately, they get worse. Like every other small monster on this list, they can screw you over when collecting materials and or fighting bigger monsters. I can't tell you how many times I'll be climbing a cliff in Heaven's Mouth, and a Remobra will either poison me, causing me to fall all the way down the mountain, or a Banabra will paralyze me while I'm fighting other monsters or trying to collect materials. However, those two small monsters are limited to certain areas and aren't super common, so you won't have to deal with them nearly as much as you will with some of the other small monsters. So that's why they're only number 2 on my list and not number 1. Honestly, my number 1 choice should be pretty obvious. I mean, they are infamous in the Monster Hunter series after all. They have caused so many inconveniences, deaths, and even rage quits. They're also unavoidable because they can be collectively found in almost every single area in the series, excluding the special areas and every area in Monster Hunter World. However, what makes them especially horrible is the fact that they'll go out of their way to target you. Even if they're on the other side of the area, they will make sure to find a way to hit you. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 1 choice for the worst small monsters in this series goes to Bullfango and Rhenopause. Anyone who has ever played Monster Hunter has experienced the fury of a charging Bullfango and Rhenopause. If you haven't had any experiences with either of these 2 monsters, then you're very lucky and clearly haven't played any of the older Monster Hunter games. I have lost count for how many times I'll be fighting a monster and out of nowhere I'll be hit by a charging Bullfango or Rhenopause. And surprisingly enough, I've been killed multiple times because of these hell spawns. However, the most infuriating thing is when you're about to finish a combo or about to unleash a fully charged greatsword attack on a monster, but right as you're about to make contact with the monster, a Bullfango will hit you and cause you to miss your opening. And the worst part about the Rhenopause and Bullfango is that they have no redeeming qualities like the other small monsters do. At least the Banabra Omobra, Conchu, Gimprey, and Golden Jackalacas have interesting designs. Rhenopause and Bullfango have such boring designs, especially Bullfango. I mean, it's literally just a boar. That's it. And their materials aren't used for anything actually useful. I guess they at least have their own armor sets, but honestly, are you really ever gonna use them? I know I never would. So because Rhenopause and Bullfango are annoying, have useless armor sets, and bland designs, they are my least favorite small monsters in the Monster Hunter series.
So, there you go. Those are my top 5 most annoying small monsters in the Monster Hunter series. Do you agree or disagree with my list? Let me know in the comments below whether you do or not. Also, if you liked the video, a like would be appreciated, and if you disliked the video, tell me why in the comments below. And if you want to see more stuff like this in the future, then you should consider subscribing to Red Leopard videos. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this video. My name is Ryan Kelly, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
There was one point in my life where I worked at an electronics store. It sold
That's what I really hate, is being knocked out of the arena because they Please give me a claw. Please, I need to. Actually 4, but still. Please, just 1, just 2, please, please, please. Yes, now I need 1 more. Well, 3 more. Oh, this armor actually looks pretty cool though. And this upgrade actually shouldn't be that hard to get for weapon. So I guess okay, Goku. I'm gonna see if I can make like something to eat. I'll be back in like 10 to 30 minutes. Sorry if I'm gonna be gone. I just, my stomach's hurting and I just gotta eat something. So I'll be right back. Hope you guys understand. head is hurting. My eyes are burning. But I gotta keep pushing forward if I'm to fix my sleep schedule. Okay.
Sword. The next big addition was the inclusion of a new Thunder Element Wyvern known as Beru Kirurosu, a large flying wyvern with a single horn on the top of its head and long tendrils on each of its wings. It has many electrical attacks, but the most notable is the lightning beam it shoots, similar to that of a Rajang. It has quest-specific behaviors, so it does not always act the same when hunted, and when enraged can perform a dive bomb maneuver which creates a large explosion around the surrounding area. By this point, Beru Kirurosu lives specifically within the New Gorge area. Something to note as well is that previous monsters from mainline inclusions of the series were still being implemented within these updates. Not only that, but these monsters may even get reworked moves or new moves altogether. For example, Teostra was made more difficult by giving its fire breath a longer range and wider explosion area. Poogie also marked its inclusion as a support character by this point in the updates, but having it depart with you was dependent on the spawn rate. The Poogie could often get sick and refuse to go on quests, but there was ways to cure this. Similar to Palicos, Poogies could come out on missions and even be able to get extra monster cards out of hunts for you. Poogie even had its own skills to boost its effects when out in the field with you. Poogie could even consume potions instantly for hunters to heal them when they were in a pinch. It seems that at this point a time-based free-to-play mechanic was added, maybe a trial period of some sort, but it seems more like it was a severely limited free mode that locked players out of most of the content. The development team was also getting a lot of backlash from fans due to the broken promise of items never being purchasable. What those items are, I'm not sure, but adding a real currency shop left a bad taste in players' mouths. A lot of players at the time considered this a turning point for the series and was thought to cause a second wave of players dropping the game altogether. Despite this, it was revealed that there was actually an increase to player population at this time, most likely not from traditional mainline fans, but other players starting to see interest in the absurd power scaling.
This big ass Pepsi to keep me awake. Oh damn, her boobs are...
Season 5 was released on April 9th, 2009 and brought with it the removal of Dundorma and a renovation to Mesoporta Square, further solidifying that Frontier was moving away from aspects of the old games. Paria Puria is a brand new water element flying wyvern introduced in this update. Surprisingly, it is not considered a Piscean wyvern or a leviathan despite its fish-like appearance. It's considered a glutton and will eat most food around it. After eating too much, it can regurgitate the food, which can then sometimes be gathered through by hunters for additional rewards. Hunters can actually gauge what type of food it wants to eat based on the color of its drool, and if constantly fed effectively, it will become overly full and be forced to ignore hunters and digest. Hunters can interrupt this by attacking or flinching the enemy, causing it to use the food within it as a weapon. Season 5.5 released June 17, 2009 and marked the second anniversary of the Frontier series. It not only brought a new rare species, but the intricate Rasta system. The Rasta system was a way for hunters to bring along AI companions into hunts instead of requiring additional real player characters. Rastas were available after HR 11, and by taking them with you on hunts, players would earn points which would allow them to buy better equipment for the Rastas. Players can set up their own Rastas, but have the ability to contract other players as well. How the Rastas function and act within a hunt is dependent on the hunters you are contracting from. The white Espinus rare species was finally introduced into the series with this release as well. It now has the ability to inflict poison, paralysis, and defense down ailments on top of its typical fire abilities. It has better accuracy with these moves as well. It has a super ability where it flies into the air and unleashes a huge poison fireball to the ground below. Players then need to trip the Espinus, otherwise the areas it stomps on will be left with a fiery poison area of effect, making hunter mobility more difficult. While the previous two Espinus have been rather passive until enraged, this rare species will be enraged as soon as it wakes up. Another inclusion to Season 5 are Hunter Gems or Hunter Pearls. Basically, hunters would have colors assigned to them, and each day, a monster type would be assigned to a specific color. Let's say that Elder Dragons were assigned to green. By hunting Elder Dragons, you would raise the points in that specific color. If you were assigned the green color, you could get bonus points as well. By raising the cap of all colors, you would be able to move on to the next rank of your Pearl, and there were 9 ranks in total. The level of your Pearl would correlate with the amount of extra bonus skills you could equip, such as not flinching when initially sighted by a monster, or no stamina reduction when climbing. This was done through the new Caravan site area, which included the required quests, known as Caravan quests. Players would have to be at least HR 17 to participate. Capping the color to rank up the gem isn't the only requirement, however. Players must earn caravan points and spend them to properly rank their gem up. If it hasn't been obvious by this point, Monster Hunter Frontier offered an incredible amount of content almost every month, and while the monsters started to get more intricate in both their design and abilities, the abilities of hunters did the same. From new decorations, new armors, new weapons, and abilities. Weapon length specifically is something I could definitely see in a mainline series, and the same can be said about the Rasta system. Maybe a system where we could take AI versions of friends we've made online and receive the guild cards of. I think a lot of hunters that hate on Frontier generally criticize it for similar reasons that I criticized World for. The series does in the future start to get faster paced, aggressive, and kind of absurd with the power of monsters and their abilities. But something you should keep in mind is that Frontier is in the mainline game, and it's a cool look at what these developers have come up with and think about how they could be implemented into a mainline game. Even with how excessive some of the content gets in the future, looking at Frontier from 2007 to 2009, I can say that they really keep the atmosphere and the feel of the old school core Monster Hunter experience. As you can see by the category, we're going to be getting right into each season and covering what they brought to Frontier. In my previous video, we discussed the development history pre-Frontier's release, but now that we're in the thick of it, we'll be discussing additions and design choices starting at Season 6 onward. September 16th marked the release of Season 6.0, which brought with it two new monsters that were hunted together, Nono and Kamu Orogaran. Similar to how players would hunt Teostra and Lunastra together, or Rathian and Rathalos. Nono Orogaran is a wolf-like fanged beast with white fur. Nonos seem to always be female and hang around near Kamu Orogaran, which is a similar male equivalent with black fur. Both are ice elemental monsters, but this only seems to be the case in an update later on in the series through Monster Hunter G Genuine. Despite not being Elder Dragons, these monsters have the ability to evade pitfall traps. While similar to pairings like Teostra and Lunastra or Rathian and Rathalos, Nono and Kamu are unique in that they are designed to never leave each other's sides during the entire duration of the quest. Though there are quests in the future where they are hunted separately. When either of these monsters die, the remaining partner will let out a roar in despair and rage. Sword crystals seem to be added in this update as well. Think oils in Monster Hunter Generations. Essentially, if you had the specific armor skill, you'd be allowed to use sword crystals on your weapons and effectively change the element or ailment of the weapon at the cost of significant sharpness degradation, about 3 times the normal amount. However, this was only basically applied and didn't seem to be fully implemented within 6.0. Rastas previously didn't have the ability to use every weapon type, but this changes in Season 6.0. Now Rastas had access to all 11 weapons within the game. Finally, the introduction to Gao weapons seemed to appear within this update. These weapons required armor sets to get the most out of them. By equipping the weapon, each piece of related armor equipped would offer an additional plus 15 attack, plus 2% status, and plus 2% elemental. The Fist.moe website points out that this stacks per piece, allowing for a maximum of plus 80 attack, plus 10% status, and plus 10% elemental. These weapons were especially useful for gunners and defined the meta sets for them. The means of getting some of this equipment was through the inclusion of Gao Elders, which were previously released Elder Dragons from DOS that were a bit easier. Razor Sharp Plus 2 was also introduced. With all of these new features out of the way, let's move on to Season 7.0 and the introduction of a Frontier staple monster, Rathiente. Season 7 was released December 9th, 2009 and had a lot of new features added within. One major feature was the introduction of skill cuffs, which you would attach to your Poogie to bestow armor skill points onto yourself. Think charms in traditional mainline Monster Hunter games, but without the randomization. You would create the cuffs you wanted and then attach them when necessary. Stamps were also introduced within this update and were used as a means of rewarding players for being consistently subbed to the game. Each week of a player's sub, they would receive a stamp which could be turned in for specific specific ticket items. Players couldn't just be subbed normally to qualify either. They needed both the traditional sub and the extra EX sub to receive rewards. By collecting for a full year, players could use the tickets to purchase yearly equipment pieces, but I'm unsure of their effectiveness. So what's an EX sub? Implemented in earlier updates, EX Course was an additional sub-tier on top of your traditional HL or Hunter Life subscription model, and offered various bonuses to the player, like certain consumables always being purchasable and some expensive items becoming either free or 50% off. It also offered access to town boxes, which function similarly to current mainline games. Players without EX subscription would have to cancel a quest, run back to their house or smith, and get whatever they needed if they forgot items. EX placed these boxes within the town itself, making it easier to grab items without needing to abandon a quest. EX placed these boxes within the town itself, making it easier to grab items without needing to abandon a quest. A welcome inclusion that was unfortunately walled off as a paid service. EX even gated hairstyles of all things, and locked off specific gathering and material quests. So who is Raviente? Well, it's an incredibly large snake-like monster that does not have a typical classification. It's not a snake wyvern, and it's not an elder dragon, despite its enormous size. This monster was actually a server event and required multiple hunting groups of 4 to take it down, similar to what we see with sieges in Monster Hunter World. The monster was seriously enormous and was such a unique inclusion that there was even another EX service that could be unlocked to help deal with hunting with it. Within the caravan area was a cat, and if you were taking part in the event, you could feed the cat specific items to offer boosts to everyone participating against Ravi, such as poisoning or sedating it. The monster had multiple phases, and after the 4th and 7th phase respectively, it would switch locations within the new area you hunted it in. There's many other smaller notes and nuances to this monster, but that will probably be saved for its own dedicated video. The new area is known as Solitude Island, and worked as 3 large arenas that Raviente would switch throughout the phases. The hunters would start within the hunter camp and would move immediately to the main hunting area. Now, the wiki will tell you that hardcore monsters made their appearance in Season 7, which is incorrect. Rather, there were 2 monster variants that weren't actually classified as such, including Glangonga and Diablos. I believe Golden Rathian and Silver Rathalos were included as well. These were SP-specific quests and not actually hardcore. The reason these weren't hardcore is because the true classification first showed up in Season 8. You'll understand why shortly. Season 8.0 released April 21st, 2010, and brought back the sub-updates with 8.5. The main features introduced in 8.0 were a new monster, and with it, a new arena area to fight it within. Diaragua is the new monster edition and an ice element flying wyvern. It is very similar in appearance to Tigrex, but the color scheme and horns help it also resemble a Zinogre. Despite this, it is said that the head resembles that of a fox. Its tail is large and blunt, similar to that of a club, which can smash down at opponents. Other than generic melee attacks, Diaragua introduced Frostbite, which functions similar to the Ice Blight ailment in mainline games. On top of Frostbite, it could also produce sleep after a backflip. Finally, the monster had the ability to stand in place and wait for hunters to attack it. If attacked, it would immediately perform a devastating counter move that would put hunters into an elevated stun state. Instead of the traditional stars over their heads, hunters would actually collapse to their knees for an extended period. Diaragua was hunted within a new section of the tower known as the Nest Hole, which was, again, another arena location to hunt specific monsters in. Seemed like a going theme for the past few updates, honestly. It can be noted that in May, the Xbox 360 version of Frontier had its closed beta start after a short delay due to some sort of defect discovered within the game. An interesting note is that the player base apparently had an unexpectedly high amount of male characters being used compared to female characters. June 22nd, 2010 brought the Season 8.5 update, and a few days later the full release of the Xbox 360 edition of Frontier, a subspecies of Baruki.
Alright guys, only monster fluid is left. you get monsters? Take some time to figure out how to do it. Oh, perfect. Here's that one.
Gyrosu was introduced in 8.5, known as Dora Gyrosu. It offered an even more advanced moveset in comparison to your typical Baru. Despite using Dragon Element instead of Thunder, Doru has the ability to paralyze hunters. It has a more green hue to its body in comparison to Baru, who is more yellow and pink. This was also the 3rd anniversary for the series, and multiple events were held to celebrate. A big addition to note is that Season 8.0 was the first to introduce the concept of hardcore monsters, which were originally generally used to rework mainline monsters into more difficult variations with multiple visual differences. To access hardcore monsters, you would need to turn the feature on when posting the quest for the original monster. These monsters weren't just stronger though, their part break thresholds were higher and traps barely worked on them, often lasting only around a second. They even only took half the normal status ailments, and their carves were within the 1% to 5% range. Now, to access hardcore monsters, you needed to have access to style rank, and its requirement implies that styles were originally introduced in 8. Originally, style rank unlocked at HR 500, later 300, and finally HR 5 with some hunter rank reworks. Players could enter style rank and would be limited to what equipment they could use. They could even enter SR specific quests and set them to hardcore if they preferred. Now, the benefit of this style rank was the introduction of weapon styles, which were completely reworked and new movesets for all the weapon types within the game. For example, players would now have access to the Heaven style for each weapon and could change them by equipping a new item known as Secret Notes or Secret Book. These styles changed how the weapons functioned, but differently in comparison to styles from Generations. While a Generation-specific style focused on a given theme that would be applied to all weapons similarly, the styles in Frontier were specific to the weapons equipped. Season 8 brought with it 4 new hardcore monsters. Hardcore Kongolala, which now has pink claws as well as a pink hue on the top of its head cone. It can now hurl multiple large pieces of dung at the player and will bounce around the area multiple times, unleashing large gas clouds as it does so. The gas is so powerful that it creates dragon strength wind. Hardcore Kezu. With brown spots and large blue veins around its body, it basically gets access to its electrical balls during multiple normal attacks it performs and can paralyze hunters with a short but powerful roar. Getting paralyzed can prove fatal considering how aggressive the attacks on this monster tend to be. Hardcore Lavasiath, which looks fairly similar to its normal counterpart, but has access to more fireball moves as well as a double body slam maneuver. Hardcore Yan Kutku, which is pinker overall and will charge and rampage around the map. Its main new ability is a fireball that will create a wall of fire after landing. Oh wow, we actually got a new full area in the Season 9.0 update, which released September 29th, 2010. The new area was known as Highland and consists mostly of plateaus around rocky cliffsides. However, the area is incredibly high up, and looking over the edge of the plateaus shows a sea of clouds. There are a few other locations of note within the area, with a small forest at the summit of the area and some caves that contain multiple stone pillars. It's a really beautiful spot and is covered in various waterfalls throughout. Highland is home to 2 new herbivore species introduced in Frontier, known as Yurupe and Baruku. Europe, or Europe, I'm not completely sure, are deer or antelope-like species similar to Kelby, and Baruku are similar to buffalo. Gurenze Buru is a new flying wyvern introduced in Season 9 of Monster Hunter Frontier and has a sharp horned head similar to Zamtrios when it's in its ice armor. Has access to more fireball moves as well as a double body slam maneuver. Hardcore Yan Kutku, which is pinker overall and will charge and rampage around the map. Its main new ability is a fireball that will create a wall of fire after landing. Oh wow, we actually got a new full area in the Season 9.0 update, which released September 29th, 2010. The new area was known as Highland and consists mostly of plateaus around rocky cliffsides. However, the area is incredibly high up, and looking over the edge of the plateaus shows a sea of clouds. There are a few other locations of note within the area, with a small forest at the summit of the area and some caves that contain multiple stone pillars. It's a really beautiful spot and is covered in various waterfalls throughout. Highland is home to 2 new herbivore species introduced in Frontier, known as Yurupe and Baruku. Europe, or Europe, I'm not completely sure, are deer or antelope-like species similar to Kelpie, and Baruku are similar to buffalo. Gurenze Buru is a new flying wyvern introduced in Season 9 of Monster Hunter Frontier and has a sharp horned head similar to Zamtrios when it's in its ice armor form. It uses said horn as its primary means of attacking prey and hunters, often charging at them. It has a water element which it uses to its advantage through attacks like water beams and balls, similar to Plesioth. It even has the iconic hip check maneuver. It has a paralysis gas it can release and can also shoot spikes into the ground from its tail, which act as electrical landmines, but only when it is storming, which is fairly common within the Highlands. They're actually fairly peaceful, but will become rather aggressive once attacked or if the weather is storming. Season 9 also had its own set of hardcore monsters and would be the first season to offer Frontier-specific monsters with hardcore status. Hardcore Basarios, which has a branch in one of its rocks on its back, as well as great blue eyes and purple spots on its stomach. Not only can it fire 3 heat beams in succession, but now can roll and emit poison at the same time, as well as dig underground before resurfacing to shoot a powerful fireball. Hardcore Daimyo Hermitar, which looks similar to the normal monster but with new attacks, such as having a water beam of extended length, as well as running back and forth while swinging its claws around. The Espina subspecies also received a hardcore version, where the spikes around its body are now longer down its back and has more spikes overall on its wings. This hardcore species actually showed up before hardcore Espinus, which arrives in Season 10. It can charge a large fireball that it will shoot into the sky before multiple other fireballs begin to rain down. Hardcore Hypnocatrice is more pink than orange and can produce stronger winds than your typical version. Hardcore Paria Puria has a darker, more saturated color scheme and has a vortex attack that can pull in hunters. It can perform multiple new moves after sucking a hunter in, like spitting vomit on them or swinging its head back and forth in a wider range. Why would you make a hardcore Plesioth? It's cursed. Visually, it's very similar to your typical Plesioth, but with a darker tint and more muscle mass. It has a bunch of new aggressive moves, but the craziest thing is that it can U-turn mid-air when jumping. Hardcore Teostra is next, and the first hardcore Elder Dragon, with an even longer flamethrower attack than the updated Teostra for Frontier. He can also cover various areas of the map in explosive powder and make them explode at will. One other major feature is that he can cover himself in a fire tornado while roaring, entering rage mode or activating its fire aura. Hardcore Tigrex comes equipped with larger horns, but is missing one of its eyes. It has many new moves, but most notably its roar is stronger and has increased range. And it has the ability to do a double 360-degree spin attack. Areas of the map in explosive powder and make them explode at will. One other major feature is that he can cover himself in a fire tornado while roaring, entering rage mode or swinging. One of the biggest additions to Season 10, which released January 26, 2011, was weapons gaining additional moves and functionality. Some of these animations were actually reused for Monster Hunter Tri. The Moat Arena from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite was also brought over in this inclusion. Due to the amount of effort and design that went into each weapon receiving new moves, there was no additional flagship monster included with this update. However, there were plenty of hardcore monsters introduced, which we will go over now. First, we have hardcore Azure Rathalos, whose spikes have been developed further than your typical monster and has the ability to spit out 7 fireballs in a row. Next is hardcore Chameleos, and the second Elder Dragon to have a hardcore variation. It has a sweet combo maneuver where it launches the hunter towards it and spits poison at them while they're in midair. Hardcore Diaragua has more vibrant color and more saturated horns and claws. It basically has all the same moves, but doubled or tripled in use, and they're even faster than before. The original Espinus finally received a hardcore variation as well. It's faster and stronger than your typical Espinus and has more pronounced bodily features. Hardcore Gypsaros has a larger tail and poison stains around its face. On top of being able to pretend it's dead, it can now also fake paralysis and fake sleep depending on which status ailments hunters are using at the time. Hardcore Kirin is surrounded by electricity at all times and has a large range of new electrical attacks that are even more accurate than before. One of its charge attacks is so fast it almost looks like it teleports. Hardcore Monoblos is a little more unique in design, with longer horns and red marks on the top of its head and horn. It has a ground slam maneuver, and it can immediately charge out of it for a horn attack. For some reason, they thought it was a good idea to introduce a hardcore variation of Rajang. It has multiple new moves, such as being able to spin around and leap across the entire area, and homing punches that will create electricity on impact. Hardcore Shogun Shianatar is a little more tame than Rajang and can spray poison from the front and spit some from the back of its Gravio shell. It can cause quakes while attacking, which prevent the hunter from escaping. Hardcore Velocidrome has multiple small visual differences, such as its new crest shape at the top of its head and its red eyes. It can also cause quakes like the Shianatar and has multiple new tackle-like moves. And finally, Hardcore Yan Garuga, with a poison-stained beak and new moves like performing a tail whip while also releasing a poison mist around it. It can also scream during some of these moves. Another thing to note about Season 10 is that it introduced Storm style, so players now had access to Heaven, Storm, and Earth. For clarification, Earth style is your basic run-of-the-mill moveset. On February 2nd, 2011, the Naked Hunter knife incident occurred, in which individuals who participated in the Raviente event were forced to HR 999, equipped with a Naked Hunter knife, and seemed to lose access to all of their equipment and items. Victims were left like this for weeks apparently, and these players were eventually rolled back after emergency maintenance. We've now officially covered all of the season's era of Monster Hunter Frontier. I think that the inclusion of the hardcore monsters is where we really start to see the excessive design aspects of monsters start to come to light, but this still isn't much different from what we would see in Deviants within Generations. Even the flagships that get introduced don't come off as excessively designed to me. Rather, they again offer some features I'd like to see more of in future games, such as weather-specific moves or monsters having the ability to counter. The gimmick with Nana and Kamu would also be a fantastic inclusion for a new species within the mainline series. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't vilify this series too much for the wrong reasons. A lot of the features we see in Frontier mirror a lot of the issues I had with Monster Hunter World, but their inclusion in this game seems more developed and acceptable for a non-mainline MMO. It's creative and cool and sticks to the old school style and controls we expect from older generation Monster Hunter games. It seems to manage to hold the atmosphere and aesthetic some of us miss within the series.
Forward 1 was released April 20th, 2011, and marked the 4th anniversary of the series. One of the first big changes was renovations to various parts of Mesoporta Square. In the first video in the Frontier History series, it was mentioned that all of the footage in the square wouldn't be shown, and that's because it's hard to show all of those changes over time. Instead, on the final history video, we'll take a look at what you would consider the finished product for this game's hub area. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the other features introduced. We're going to get right into the monsters with this one, starting with Ruko Diora, a brand new Elder Dragon to be introduced into the series and the first Frontier exclusive Elder Dragon to be seen. Naturally, the developers wanted to create a truly unique experience with his inclusions, giving it the brand new magnetism ailment. If inflicted, Ruko Diora had the ability to pull in or repel hunters at will. It can also summon a levitating rock that will circle around it for a limited period of time. For some reason, this monster isn't properly affected by the paralysis ailment, and whilst it can be inflicted, Ruko Diora can still move around. It has multiple other moves including generic claw attacks and dragon element magnetic sweeping beams. It's incredibly original in not only its actions and ailments, but also in its design, featuring bright yellow wings with an orange gradient and large horns which can be broken up to 3 times. Ruko can be fought in a brand new area known as the Interceptor's Base, which is similar in design to the town area.
Alright, I think we're ready to fight Rathalos. Crimson Moon. Blood.
area from Monster Hunter DOS. Many parts of the area are destructible, and as they fall apart, the scenery of the area will change with it, with areas becoming engulfed in flames, as well as the surrounding air beginning to spark. Next on the monster list is Violent Raviente. Since the monster is still unclassified, it's not really considered to fall under any proper subspecies-esque classification. That being said, you could think of it as a sort of variant. The colour scheme of the monster has changed, with green and ivory white taking over the predominantly orange and brown. It also comes equipped with new abilities as well, such as the new Flame Breath attack that can heat up areas of the map to the point that they cause damage, can also blind the player's vision by creating smoke around the map, and will use this as an opportunity to try and inhale or attack hunters. This change from your typical Raviente to its violent alternative is said to be due to starvation, making the monster more aggressive and ready to prey on whatever is in its path. Moving on is a unique flying wyvern similar in design to a Rathian, with a dark black and bright red colour scheme.
I'm the world's ultimate life form.
Similar to Deviljho, Unknown, Black Flying Wyvern, would invade players' hunts and come equipped with a slew of cool features, including multiple rage states. In its first phase, the monster will simply huff black smoke whilst attacking the player, but soon after will begin spouting blue and yellow flames. Finally, in its final state, Unknown's eyes will turn a bright red and the membrane on its wings will begin to have a red flame-like pattern displayed. As the monster gets angrier and transitions through these states, it will get both faster and stronger. It seems to have the ability to create both large spheres and beams of fire, and can throw the claws on its wings at hunters as projectiles, which will then regenerate. Truly, the
ultimate life form.
New hardcore monsters include hardcore breeding season Hypnocatries, which comes with more vibrant feathers and a more aggressive demeanor. Two of the feathers creating its crest seem to be enlarged. It's incredibly erratic and now has the ability to KO hunters by releasing a pink gas underneath it. Hardcore Camu and Nono Origarin. Camu and Nono hit the gym and came back with increased muscle mass as well as various changes to facial features, such as their blue eyes, a typical change in some of the hardcore releases. They're faster and stronger than before, and their wind attacks are now considered Dragon Wind strength. Post SR100, these monsters can enter a super rage state when their partner is slayed, making them even faster and stronger than their upgrades had already made them. These new rage states also unlock additional attacks for each. Hardcore Kushala Daora, which sports a brighter, almost white body, similar to when it sheds in the Monster Hunter DOS cutscenes. It can now inflict defense down, and can create ice crystals along the ground when roaring, which will not inflict any ailments, but will prevent the hunter from healing their red bar health over time. Hardcore Pink Rathian, with larger spikes and a purple hue on parts of its body, as well as odd symbols and designs on the membrane of its wings. It gets access to new moves and alternatives to existing ones, such as its tail swing now functioning as a sweeping motion behind it that can poison multiple people. Finally, if Hardcore Kezu wasn't enough for you, the developers of Frontier found it fitting to have the Red Kezu subspecies receive the same upgrade. It can now shoot thunderballs in all surrounding directions and drool acid, which can inflict the defense down ailment. Now, one of the biggest and arguably most successful features introduced in Frontier within the Forward 1.5 update was the inclusion of the Guku pet that can now be acquired. Think of it as a Poogie, but instead of a pig, it was a miniature duck companion, which would gather bugs and catch fish for you while out on missions. They also had a special cooking pot minigame that allowed players to melt specific items into hardcore carves. If the player failed the minigame, their Guku would get the iconic burned afro hairstyle that you might have seen circulating around the internet. The Guku were obtained by taking part in special duck hunting quests, in which the player would have to steal an egg from a monster and escape with it. Examples would be taking an egg from a Kongalala's tail by breaking it, or from a Tigrex's mouth by forcing it to charge into a wall. Similar to a Tamagotchi, you had to take care of your Guku, otherwise they would become unhappy and may even leave. And similar to a Pokemon, these pets had random natures which would affect what they gathered for you. If you think about how popular Poogie is within the mainline community, Gukus are equally idolized within Frontier. They quickly became the icon of the series thanks to their cute and customizable design. Now that was a lot to talk about for just one update, so let's now head over to Forward 2 and see what was added.
The flagship of the Forward 2 update, released June 29, 2011, was Gogomoa, a brand new fanged beast and a rather popular addition due to its multiple unique mechanics. It's similar to a primate and will carry its child, a Kokomoa, on its back. Hunters can actually knock the Kokomoa off to send Gogo here into a blind rage. When in this state, Gogo will become both faster and stronger, but it will also take extra damage when attacked. On top of having the attributes of a primate, it also has the abilities of a spider, having the ability to produce a silk-like substance movements from its palms that it can use to swing around the map. Finally, if Gogo launched itself at hunters from its webbing, players could perform a type of counterattack. If attacked during this animation, players would gain iframes and dodge the attack, while also dealing extra damage to the monster. Gogo was the set to work towards as an entry-level player at the time, due to the inclusion of the Evasion Plus 2 skill in its armor set, an ability that became more and more crucial to Frontier as the game progressed in updates and difficulty. Development-wise, Teruki Miyashita became producer of the Frontier series within this point of the game, and was a considerable factor in the design decisions going forward from this point. This is kind of hilariously important for series quests, which were also introduced. Similar to Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, certain quests, when completed, would immediately throw the hunter into another quest, but these could range from hunts to gathering/harvest quests. Now, I promise I'm not making this up, but one of these special series quests led to a fight against a purple Gogomoa who not only wielded a gun lance, but also had the face of this new producer. That's right, the Tide Island also marked its appearance in Forward 2, which was a new hunting area that players could hunt monsters like Gogomoa in. Part of the area would change depending on whether or not it was the day or night and the level of the tide. A form of flash bug that was poisonous also inhabited the island, and would become aggressive towards hunters if they hit the trees that house their nests. Luckily, they could also aggro onto monsters, allowing the ability to poison them during combat. Hardcore monsters also came with a new mechanic in this iteration. A ticket system was put in place that allowed players to unlock special hidden armor sets. These sets, when worn together, would produce a set bonus that was dependent on the weapon the hunter was currently using. Generally, this would be a damage multiplier, but some were fairly unique, such as the longsword halving spirit gauge consumption, or the greatsword getting an increase to the level 4 charge time frame. Hardcore Akantor was one of these new monster editions, and had an unusual blue tint to its hide in comparison to the typical red that we normally see, as well as a length increase to its tusks. It can now summon giant lava pillars and use its roar to damage hunters that are close to it. Next up was Hardcore Black Diablos, which have the blue eyes you see in multiple other HC monsters, as well as a gigantic left horn. She can create high-level quakes similar to other hardcore monsters, and uses this as an opportunity to perform her digging attack, which is now much faster. Hardcore Blue Yankutku, who has an incredibly large lower jaw, which you can now use to lay pitfall traps for hunters to fall into. It's also much faster in the air compared with a traditional Yankutku. Hardcore Bulldrome, who appears older with larger, more developed tusks and a sick mohawk. It can toss chunks to the ground at hunters, but really it's still just a Bulldrome. Nothing too crazy about it. Hardcore Doragyorosu with large claws at the end of its tendrils, yellow webbing, and golden eyes. It takes moves from the original Berekyrosu and is overall more agile. Around this time, a rare version of Dora was also released known as Phantom Doragyorosu, which essentially looked like the hardcore version, but it appears permanently in its rage state. The big thing about this monster is that it revives after death with a large explosion of the dragon element, and will enter a new tier of rage, becoming stronger and faster in the process. With an upgraded moveset, it was incredibly rare to engage with, and offered items that were only used as a trophy of your accomplishment. The final hardcore edition in Forward 2 is Hardcore Grabnos, which has larger, more developed spikes and muscles. The speed of its sweeping beam maneuver has been improved, and it can be incredibly dangerous if the hunter isn't ready to dodge it. With all the hardcore monsters covered, it's time to move on to Forward 3.
February 1st, 2012 marked the release of Forward 3 and 2 new monsters, but other than that, there weren't many new features to discuss. First is a brand new brute wyvern known as Abirugu, a fire element monster that could perform sweeping beams and charged short-range explosions. It was also a monster to have a double spinning tail move under its arsenal, but what made it special was that it would somehow ignore the invulnerability effect that's typically on hunters when sent flying due to damage, meaning they'd still be vulnerable for extra damage. This idea of ignoring iframes would become a regular occurrence in later monster editions within the Frontier series, and hunters would have to watch out for this in order to prevent quickly carding. Next up is Tycoon Zamaza, a brand new Carapacian entry. This was another monster that could be found on Tide Island from Forward 2, and took the appearance of a giant crab with a hammer and a scythe for either claw. Its body was covered in a dense coating of dirt, which hunters could break off by attacking individual parts of the body. Once enough dirt was broken, Zamaza would smash the floor of the cave, leading the hunter down to a second level. From here, you continued the fight, attempting to remove more dirt from its bright orange shell. Once this had been achieved, the ground would be smashed a second time, leading to the final phase. It was at this last stand that the electric blue inner shell of Zamaza was revealed, and it could now utilize thunder attacks. This was very difficult to achieve, as you could very easily kill the monster before even progressing past the first area. One new inclusion was bringing over certain items and abilities from the mainline games, such as throwing knives. Now players have the ability to use these items within Frontier. Unfortunately, there were no new hardcore monster inclusions within this update, so we can move straight on to Forward 4.
Forward 4 released May 23, 2012. Similar to how Forward 3 brought a new Brute Wyvern, Forward 4 introduced a new Leviathan to the MMO, known as Kuaru Sepusu, who was found on the highland where we first fought Gurenzuburu. Its main ability was found on the crystals that covered its body. Kuaru had the ability to amplify sunlight and lightning to stun and shock the hunter, as well as scatter the crystals to create dangerous landmines. One quest involved hunting a pair in the desert, who were able to conduct team attacks, proving a deadly combination. Speaking of, one of two new hardcore monsters introduced was Gurenzuburu also, with a longer horn and longer spikes over its wings and tail. It has a new AoE attack where it smashes its horn into the ground and a new charge that can inflict stun. In higher ranks, it can also add water element to its normal attacks. Secondly, hardcore Rusted Kushala looks even more rusted than the typical variant. Its main feature is a stronger roll, which required high-grade earplugs to block. Now here's the really interesting thing about Forward 4. First of all, Supremacy monsters get introduced in Forward 5, but not before hunters got a taste of what they would be like with a special invasion event featuring Unknown. It could hijack quests hunters were currently taking part in. Now Unknown most likely had a hardcore release at this point, gaining stronger tiers of wind pressure and additional small changes, but the Supremacy species was where it was at. Here's a brief explanation of the Supremacy species. Difficult. Grueling difficult was the design choice for these monsters. They're designed to be as punishing as possible and would really challenge seasoned hunters that wanted to even attempt them. They would have two versions of their hunts. The first was like an introduction to their battle, where if it wasn't completed in time, the monster would essentially be repelled, except this repel was considered a failed state. The second version was a shortened 20-minute hunt. Let's take a look at Supremacy Unknown now, since it was technically introduced in Season 4. It acts similarly at first to your typical Unknown, and will still transition through multiple rage states, with 6 in total. It borrows moves from monsters like the Espinas subspecies, but upgraded to be even more challenging. Take the Charged Fireball move as an example. It will shoot a large fireball into the air that will split into multiple small balls that fall to the ground. However, these projectiles will actually home in on hunters unless they stick close to the monster. In its 6th rage mode, a blue aura will surround it, and it has a combo maneuver where it can launch players into the air by stomping and crushing the ground around it. After this, it roars that causes KO status. Another example is when it lifts off of the ground, producing wind with enough force that it can kill, then diving down and attacking its targets multiple times, ignoring recovery iframes. Getting hit by this combination is guaranteed instant death. While this monster typically invades quests, the Supremacy version would later be selectable as a postable hunt of its own. Okay, so we have our first taste of Supremacy monsters, but as mentioned, they weren't fully introduced until the next update. Let's move on to Forward 5 and see what's in store for us.
Forward 5 released February 6th, 2013, and it would be the final Forward update until the release of the G series. It brought with it a new flagship, 4 new hardcore monsters, and 6 new Supremacy species. Odiba Tarasu is the new flagship and an enormous flying wyvern, despite not actually having the ability to fly, that inhabited the desert. Seen as a distant relative of Acantor and Eucanalos, it attacked with its huge size and massive roars, being able to send out waves of sand and crush hunters with its body weight. It also sported an enormous, if I'm reading this right, cannon on the back of its turtle-like shell that was able to fire sand and rock in huge chunks to harm the hunters. Most notable was the roar it used when going into rage mode, as it could quite easily one-shot hunters who weren't prepared. Both the hardcore and Supremacy species of this monster were introduced in Forward 5, which is rare to see from a brand new edition. The hardcore variation is fairly similar, with the horns having more of an orange tinge in comparison to the white of the normal version, and it has a stronger roar.
Thank God I actually decided to try and capture it, because I was a little bit worried something was off, because it didn't limp yet, but I knew it was getting close. Please, I just need 2 more shots.
requiring super high-grade earplugs, Supremacy Odie, while more powerful, didn't offer much in terms of changes to the actual battle. Now for the remaining hardcore monsters, we have hardcore Beru Kirosu and Gogomoa. Beru has 2 large spikes coming out of each talon now, and has the ability to use moves normally that used to only be available while it was in its rage state. Past SR100, hardcore Beru can even fly into the sky and shoot a large red beam downward before having it travel horizontally across the map. The beam is incredibly large and even bigger than the monster itself. Hardcore Gogomoa now has red claws as well as the ability to throw coconuts into trees, which will explode on contact, acting as a grenade with the shrapnel spreading outward. If hit, this attack can cause both poison and sleep status ailments. It's more agile and can pull branches down from the trees using its webbing, which can hit hunters, and it has the ability to swing circularly around the map. On to the remaining and incredibly powerful Supremacy species. We have a pairing known as Aruganosu and Goruganosu. You can think of these as silver and gold Lavassioths. Aru is an ice elemental monster that has the ability to inflict paralysis, while Goru is a thunder element monster and can inflict sleep. You'll fight these Piscine wyverns together, but killing them may be tricky. Once one is on its last HP, it will simply flop around like a fish out of water, and you won't be able to finish it off until you get the partner down to the same state. Take too long, and the disabled fish will begin to heal the other, so you need to be efficient in hunting these two. On top of all of this, they also had the ability to perform team attacks, which could be devastating to an unwary hunter. Supremacy Doragirorosu is one of the more difficult monsters to receive the Supremacy treatment, as if simply being this variation of monster wasn't bad enough. Aside from various physical changes, it pulls moves and abilities from other forms of Doragirorosu and Berukirosu, and new attacks entirely, such as lifting and launching chunks of the ground into the air before large projectiles begin to fall within a wide area. The coolest thing about it is what happens upon death. Similar to Phantom Dora, the Supremacy version will revive after death, starting with a large explosion of Dragon Element. It then enters a permanent rage state and is buffed with increased speed, attack range, and new abilities, making it incredibly deadly. Now, Supremacy Pariapuria was another fearsome addition. Its appearance has actually been greatly changed, with its body covered in blood, mainly on its claws and fangs. This monster could do almost anything. On top of being stronger and incredibly fast, it could also mix its vomit into its projectiles to cause KO and soiled at the same time, or coat itself, allowing it to inflict poison, paralysis, or sleep when colliding with a hunter. It has many new attacks that I won't go over here, but it was truly ferocious. Finally, we have Supremacy Teostra, who is also considered to be one of the more grueling hunts in the game at the time. Truly considered an irredeemable bastard among the Frontier community for how ludicrously powerful it was. Similar to Hardcore Teostra, it has better control over the fire element and therefore has more powerful, faster, wider, and controlled abilities. It basically functioned in 2 modes, one where it acted like your typical Hardcore Teostra and an enhanced form. In this form, it'll create a giant flame tornado, jump into it, and let out a horrible screech, coming out looking like a Californian gender reveal party. Again, it has multiple new moves, and I wouldn't want to simply list them all here, but hopefully this footage gives you a good idea of what this horrible experience might have felt like. So, are you terrified yet? Supremacy was only a taste of what began to show up in G, and maybe the start of one of the big reasons Western fans don't like the idea of playing Frontier. They were incredibly difficult fights, and a hyper-reliance on the evasion skill was beginning to form around these design choices. It'll be interesting to see how this evolved within G and Z moving forward, but unfortunately, that's all I have for you today. The next part of this history series will cover the G1 to G5 updates and what they brought to the table. I'd like to give a big shout out and thanks to Sarah Symmetry for helping out with the script and research, as well as appearing in the video itself. Again, all of their links can be found below, so be sure to check their content out. Additionally, thanks to Fist from Fist.moe and all of the community members for helping clarify certain aspects of the game. Thanks to Ascalon for helping explain features about specific updates, and thanks to Kapu and Eric for providing the in-game footage. In my previous video, we talked a lot about the features and monsters included in Forward, but one big feature I didn't mention was the inclusion of Hulks, which were companion flying wyverns introduced in Forward 2. I'd like to take a little bit of time now to go over them since I missed them previously. They were customizable companions similar to Palicos. Players could equip skills to them in order to produce various types of effects, such as their Hulk being able to shoot various elemental projectiles, or even giving the ability to heal or buff hunters. Their element was dictated based on what hunters fed them, and this could be changed recurrently. The element they set would change the appearance of the Hulk, and each element had 3 different levels which would also adjust the appearance. An update within Forward 4 allowed Hulks to act similarly to a Farcaster and transport hunters to any area within the map. However, the trade-off was that this traversal method would land you in a random location. Frontier G was announced as a massive update or expansion for Monster Hunter Frontier Online and would start things off with 10 brand new monsters as well as upgrades for various other monsters thanks to the inclusion of G-Rank finally being implemented. This meant there would be new G-Rank weapons and armor sets as well as the introduction of new elements and actions for various weapon types currently included within the game. Its initial release was April 17th, 2013. Now while the game announced 10 new monsters for G1, a few of these had to be pushed back due to development issues. Thanks to this, there was actually only 5 brand new monsters released in G1, and we wouldn't see more until G2. Along with these new monster inclusions came 3 new areas to fight in, explore, or both. We'll be going over all of them as we discuss the new monsters inclusions. Similar to Ludroth and Royal Ludroth introduced in Monster Hunter Tri, Frontier introduced a new small and large Leviathan pairing with the inclusion of Pokara and Pokara Dawn. Both were walrus-like creatures, with the Pokara having slight visual differences between male and female. Much like hardcore Blue Yan Cuckoo, it was able to also make pitfall traps for hunters to fall into, and also attack using concussive claps. These monsters could be found in the new hunting area known as Polar Sea, which mostly consisted of icy cliffsides and glaciers, as well as flat floating ice that the player can traverse. Players can actually find a frozen Lao Shan Lung in one of the glaciers found within Area 4 on this map. Farinoku is a stylish bird wyvern that takes design influence from both Gypsyros and Hypnocatrice. It uses its funky little afro to store static electricity and will dance around and discharge this periodically. This monster tends to be found within the Great Forest and desert locations. Midogaron is a fanged beast that happens to be an odd mutation of a lone Camu or a Garen. It has gained the ability to manipulate fire, and it can move so fast that it'll disappear for a moment and hunters will have to listen for an audio cue to know when to dodge. A tad bit more fair than the instant transmission hardcore Kirin. Hyujikiki is a flying wyvern that resides in the highlands. Like Nargacuga, it mainly attacks by throwing out spines to stick into the ground, but its movement is more based off of Barioth from Monster Hunter Tri. In fact, you'll probably notice that a lot of monsters introduced at this point use 3rd gen ranks. The main thing that Hyuji has is in its final phase, where upon taking enough damage, a storm would begin in the highlands and Hyuji would summon a whirlwind around its tail. From here, it gains the ability to imbue its spikes with not only paralysis, but sleep and poison at the same time, and it was entirely possible to juggle those effects on unsuspecting hunters. You could be paralyzed while poisoned, then a follow-up attack would render you sound asleep. Truly a very dangerous addition. Now for the flagship monster, Shantian, which functioned as your G-Rank entry point and had to be defeated in order to access G-Rank content. It's an Elder Dragon and fought in a special new airship location known as the Large Exploration Ship. This area functions as your typical arena battleground for fighting Elder Dragons and contains multiple tools like Ballista and Hunting Gong. Shantian's movement resembles that of 3rd gen Leviathans and is a shortened quest for the G-Break or G entry point. Shantian will start on the floor of the exploration ship and use a plethora of thunder attacks. Upon taking enough damage, it begins to float, where it acts much like an underwater Legaia cruise using the same thunder elements. Deal enough damage from here and the clouds will darken, lightning will strike, and Shantian will fly around a great distance from the ship. Players must then utilize the ship's ballista binder to bring it crashing back down. However, this fight will end in a rappel and be revisited later on in G2 for the full experience. Once repelled, players will finally have successfully entered G rank. One final note on Shantian is that it introduced the Tensho element, which was one of many new combination elements that would consist of 2 or 3 at varying degrees of effectiveness. For example, Tensho consisted of fire, water, and thunder elements, but dealt more with water than the other 2. Further elemental combinations were introduced in later updates, but the light element, which consisted of thunder and fire, actually showed up in G1 through premium event weapons and a Fate Stay Night collaboration. The G1 update saw an initial surge in sales and players for Frontier, but ultimately this began to get worse and worse, with a 20 to 30% drop in player base, and the development team feeling a sense of crisis during this time. Despite this, updates would continue, and as a lot of us know, the game would survive all the way to 2019. On May 22nd, Frontier received a G1 Refine update, which fixed several bugs within the game and continued the inclusion of the Hunter Festival and the inclusion of G-Rank Secret Armor, which I described in the previous video, so go check it out over there. Seriously, I can't stress enough how buggy this game was for a little while there. The developers really weren't expecting such a surge in players with the release of G, and it unfortunately showed. Now, with all that out of the way, let's check out the new inclusions in Monster Hunter Frontier G2. G2 released July 10th, 2013, introducing the 5 remaining monsters that were supposed to be released for G1, as well as 2 other monsters planned for a G4 release, but that had released early. A new Conquest War mechanic was introduced, which we'll get into, and this was also the point we started seeing announcements and releases of Frontier on additional consoles. Conquest War was a new weekly event introduced to the series, which consisted of 2-week phases. This was necessary to fight the full versions of Shantian, the newly introduced Disu Fiora, G-Rank Fatalis, who was released in G3.1, and G-Rank Crimson Fatalis, who was released later. The second week was the rewards phase, where players could collect various rewards based on how they performed in the war. Similar to Guild Quest and Monster Hunter 4, killing Conquest monsters would raise their level. Slaying a monster without carding raises its level by 5, while carding will lower this level gain by 2 per feint. Luckily, you fainting would not affect the progress of others. Levels reset at the start of the event and have a cap all the way up to 9,999, which may seem excessive, but was doable. Leveling a hunt raises the monster's attack and defense by a multiplier. Certain level thresholds would even change their mechanics. For example, G-Rank Fatalis would gain Dark Revival, which would allow it to pull a Phantom or Supremacy Deru move and revive in Rage mode while being even more powerful. Leveling could be done faster by participating in special story quests per event monster. Getting to a certain point within these quests unlocked the songstress, and players could raise her friendship level in order to boost how many levels they received. This Conquest event allowed players to fully hunt and slay Shantian, and during the fight, there would be a transition in which the exploration ship crashes into a volcanic area. Think of it like fighting Gen Moran, which transitions to a final confrontation midway through the fight. Now, Shantian wasn't the only enemy that received this treatment. The dragon Disu Fiora was introduced. This white and red elder dragon bore a resemblance to Alatreon in stature and movement, but with a level of power and insanity that was starting to be expected from Frontier. It utilized the combo element Frozen Seraphim, which combined fire, ice, and dragon. Massive meteor storms, combined ice and fire blasts, a second phase that allowed it to cause huge ice explosions from the ground, summon massive tornadoes of ice and fire, and a massive attack that would one-shot hunters unless they stood behind the shield that Disu constructed for itself, very similar to some of the mechanics we now see in World. This monster could be fought at the new World's End Arena location. Moving away from the craziness that was Disu, regular monsters introduced also included Anoru Patisu, a flying wyvern modeled off of a saw-nosed shark. This aggressive flying wyvern ruled the Polar Sea and had the ability to tunnel in and out of the thick ice, whilst using the ice element with deadly effectiveness. Despite sharing a lot of movement with the 3rd gen Diablos rig, it was a surprisingly adept flyer, and had an interesting feature once you massively reduced its health, where it would begin to use the dragon element and would create tornadoes with combinations of the 2 elements. Gyarubu was also introduced. It was a relative of Abiorubu, but utilizes the ice element rather than the fire element. It could form massive structures of ice for the sole purpose of shattering it to strike hunters, and also had the ability to roll, much like Uragan. Next up we have Rebediora, who is a subspecies of Rucodiora, and could use the new Thunderpole element which combined thunder and magnetism together. Rebediora was slower than Rucodiora, however hit much harder and featured roaming thunderballs that would explode at inopportune times. Continuing the magnetism trend, another duo monster pair were introduced known as Ray and Lolo Gogarth. These monsters shared a stance with Rajang and had the ability to perform tag team attacks using mild amounts of magnetism. One interesting thing to note is that these two could damage each other significantly during their individual attacks, and if one was to be stunned, the knockout stars would persist even after they woke up. In this state, they would often target their mate. Additionally, these monsters were originally planned for G4, which was still 2 updates away, but were pushed forward for an earlier release. These monsters were also the first to reintroduce hardcore into the G updates, each coming with a hardcore version that dealt additional damage and would allow them to puff up their fur larger when enraged. Finally, we have Miru, who was accessed through a rare quest. A counterpart to the unknown flying wyvern we met in the last video, Miru was a shape-shifting fox pseudo-wyvern that would jump through different states as it took damage. It uses attacks from Tigrex, Nargacuga, and Diura, and has the ability to use the Crystal Blight we had only seen on the Akura family up until now, as well as the fire element. These states it could shift into would cause various visual differences. The different modes consisted of its base form where it didn't use any elements, a crystal form where it was whiter and used crystal attacks, a fire form where it had blue curved horns, a speed form where it was similar to Nargacuga, and a power form where red markings would cover it. As it neared death, it was able to eventually combine these forms into a huge red, white, and dangerous all over form. Sarah Symmetry pointed out to me that the fight theme for this monster is absolutely amazing. In August, the PS3 and Wii U ports of Frontier were announced, with the PS3 version being released on November 20th, 2013, and the Wii U version being released on December 11th. In September, the Vita was also announced to start Frontier service in 2014. These ports all allowed crossplay within the same server, meaning PS3, Wii U, and Vita players could play alongside PC players. And it's kind of crazy that an essentially heavily modded Monster Hunter DOS release did this while World never bothered. G3 was released October 16th, 2013, with a G3.1 update on December 18th and a G3.2 update on February 5th, 2014. Not only did this expansion bring several new monsters and a large amount of hardcore species, but it also introduced the new sigil system, hunting partners, and burst species. Certain G-rank weapons would have slots associated with them, but these were different from traditional decoration slots. Instead, they were diamond-shaped and players would slot in special sigils. These sigils had various effects, such as simply raising raw damage a lot. They could raise it a lot. Or even granting new weapon moves, as well as various other effects. Seriously, this was the closest Frontier players could get to reaching godhood by this point in the series, and could become exceptionally powerful with the help of sigils. Once fused to a weapon, sigils required a special catalyst to remove, which would be obtained through various means. Hunting partners were similar to the Rasta system already implemented, except players had the ability to actually bring their partner on quests with them rather than giving them to other hunters. They could level up through use and would have their own weapon rank and skill set. Some of the skills they could obtain were useful endgame abilities, but unfortunately the weapon choice was limited based on effectiveness. For example, while a sword and shield partner may be fairly effective in battle, having them equip other weapons could tend to be useless and do more harm than good, most likely due to how the AI was programmed. Baru Ragaru was introduced, and this monster presented a hugely adaptable fight, and several quests for it were introduced. Baru was a leech-like leviathan that had the ability to pin hunters and drain their blood. This extended to the native life in the biome it was fought in. Baru was seen with seams on its flank, and when it gorged itself, the seams would split to show the fluids it had consumed. It could drain poison, blood, and paralyzing venom, and the seam would show each fluid the beast had absorbed. For example, it could snare a Gendrome and gain the paralysis ability. Baru could also exhaust its reserve of drained fluid if interrupted enough whilst feeding, at which point it would default to its base element, which was surprisingly water. This monster also had a hardcore variation that was stronger than its normal counterpart. Next up we have have the burst species, which are considered to be powerful relatives of existing monsters that can utilize various elements. The first to be introduced in G3 was Zerurezu, a relative of Rathalos who utilized the new light element, a combination of thunder and fire. The unique thing about Zeru here is that it would change itself based on the damage that the hunter was doing and in turn boost its own attacks in turn. With cutting weapons, Zeru boosted its legs with massive stomps, faster movement, and a resistance to cutting damage. With blunt, it boosted its face spikes and allowed it to gain resistance to blunt damage. With shots, it would mimic its assailant and used more ranged light attacks. In G3.2, another burst species was introduced known as Muraginasu, who is a relative of the Espina species. As this monster was adapted to the darkness, its gimmick was being completely blind. It utilizes the darkness element, which combines ice and dragon, and targets players based on who is performing the most damage or who is making the most noise. It will then hyper-focus on said target, similar to Safi'jiiva in Monster Hunter World. While relative to Espinas, the visual differences are striking, with a black and bright yellow color scheme as well as a large drill-like horn. Another interesting mechanic was that this monster's aggro was so intense, hunters were presented with 3 bone piles the moment Muraginasu got mad. These bone piles completely eliminated all damage and knockback for attacks, up to 3 times, and were instrumental in managing the monster's ire. Other hardcore monsters include hardcore Akura Vishimu, who can produce multiple crystals that will explode over time, but also has the ability to run into them and set them off early. It also has a hip check that's so powerful it will actually knock itself over due to the force. Hardcore Black Gravios, who appears as an older version of your typical subspecies. Black Gravios will vent heat far more often than traditionally expected and can emit hot sleep gas from its tail attacks. Hardcore Cephadrome, who now has a pink hue along the edge of its fins. The main difference with this hardcore monster is how aggressive it is compared to a typical Cephadrome. On top of this, it can now command the Cephalos around it for coordinated attacks. Sounds similar to what we are seeing with Great Izuki in Monster Hunter Rise. And hardcore Gold Rathian. Other than being stronger, it had a few visual differences like a large, longer chin and blue eyes. A few new moves included a side tail swing, which is thrown out in a counterclockwise motion, a large forward rush attack, and a charged breath attack. It's finally time to talk about G4, or as it is known at release, G Genuine, and the introduction of a brand new weapon, the Tonfas. Monster Hunter Frontier G Genuine released April 23, 2014 and came with arguably one of the biggest inclusions of the entire series, the Tonfa class. Tonfas were an extremely unique addition and came with multiple new features to help them stand out from the traditional weapons that had already been implemented. Functioning as an impact weapon, Tonfas had 2 modes, short and long, and these forms would reverse the hit zone values. For example, if a monster was weak to blunt on its chest and head, you'd use the long form, but if you were in a predicament where you could only focus on the tail or leg,